Soon. Hello, everybody. It's finally time to get back to that old king of the castle. Welcome Fox, welcome CJ, welcome everybody coming in. Apologies for running the 3 minutes ads to kill pre-rolls, but we want randos coming in, don't we? Yes. To briefly explain, because yeah, so let me I'll get to that, Fox. I'll get to that. This game, for anyone who doesn't know, is a game that once I begin, everyone in chat who types !join will be a member of a noble faction in the kingdom who will almost certainly be trying to kill and or overthrow me. And there will be lots of fun little events, and you guys get to, like, vote on what the kingdom does. I will desperately try to steer things my way, and inevitably fail, and just overall serve as the scheming royal villain to chat. An example, the first game we ever played of this, a peasant rebellion overthrew me, and so, as a last-ditch attempt to stop it, after it was clear I had already lost, I kidnapped the leader of the rebellion's dog, and threatened the dog on the throne as they stormed in to take my head. And that was how the game ended. It was great. For anyone who was here last time, I discovered when I was booting up the game and taking a little more time with it, like I actually customized my avatar this time a little bit, that there are 5 different regions you can have. You can have the Barons of the Marsh, you can have the Grandees of the South, who are not in this game because they were factions that we had originally and they both won games. And so for this game, we're going to have the Chiefs of the North, who seem to be just like pagan Viking warrior sorts. The Counts of the East, who seem to be like secrecy is their whole thing. I didn't really understand it too well from the blurb. And the Patricians of the Coast, the faction who continually got bullied, accomplished nothing last game, but just scammed people with crabs. And it was great. I love them. They're my favorite faction because they're just all about money. They're the occult. Okay. But yes, the Barons and the Grandees have been retired for now. I'm gonna let us sit on this screen for a while. At the very least, we need to get someone who's a Count of the East. People can join midstream, but I do wanna... Patricians do have the Naked Honor Guard. And I really, really hope we get the non-fungible crabs event again, because that kept happening last time, and it was so goddamn funny. The Patricians kept going for it every time. It was so good. It was so good. We are going to be lingering on this a bit to let people come in and join. I have been trying to, like, give plenty of notice for this, but I know it's Friday. People got those things going on. I have had... Man. You ever have a day at work where it's like you've spent all week working on a project and there's a meeting at the end of the week about said project, and they're like, oh yeah, so we want you guys to make sure you've been doing X and Y, and we're like, but no, we were doing Z. You never told us to do X and Y. Well, we're telling you now. And then as a result, basically all the work you've done all week is completely worthless and wasted, but you can't start over because it's not a thing you can undo. That was my day today, so thoroughly infuriating, and that has primed me to do nothing but take L's tonight. I'm ready to be bullied. Hopefully everyone else's week ended on a slightly more triumphant note. Oh god, I forgot about Hot Pirate Lady. Hot Pirate Lady was great. We just, like, supported... What was Hot Pirate Lady's thing? Yeah, alright, we have a count. I'll give it another, like... God, I'm becoming the kind of streamer I hate, where I, like, take 15 minutes to get to gameplay. But I'll give it, like, another minute and a half to let people filter in. But people will be able to join midstream, so... It's not necessarily a bad thing. Just for a minute, you 3 might be just literally running your factions. Yeah, exactly. Direct participation. And I actually discovered, I think there's like... of course, I'm pretty sure you have to, like, own the game, but there's, like, some kind of Twitch drops active right now. Pretty sure that's a thing. So that's kind of cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking to that degree. I was just like, and he's my friend, but I'll razz on him a little bit here. My friend Flarewolf, I swear, it takes him like 20 minutes to start playing the game, between like sitting on starting soon for a minute, and then just like chatting with people, and I'm like, oh god, I would die. I would just be consumed with anxiety. But before we begin, you're right, CJ, we should get some sound tactical advice from the great Sun Tzu. No, I've read that recently. A different one. We cannot... Oh, okay, this talks about alliances. This is going to be very relevant. We cannot enter into alliance with neighboring princes until we are acquainted with their designs. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantages to account unless we make use of local guides. To be ignored by any one of the following 4 or 5 principles does not befit a warlike prince. When a warlike prince attacks a powerful state, his generalship shows itself in preventing the concentration of the enemy's forces. He overawes his opponents, and their allies are prevented from joining against him. Though perhaps for this game, I might be better served by reading from some Niccolo Machiavelli instead. Literally just read The Prince. Damn, I wish I'd had that idea before literally just now. But yes, wise words from the art of war. I'm gonna let my timer of how long I've been live tick over to 10 minutes, and then we will get moving here. 2, 1, begin! Alright, so the coast is down south this time. The east, and the... Oh, the north is... Well, I guess the north is still kind of north. But first, an introduction to the council. Now that you're the king, your first duty is to meet with the council of nobles. Your nobles hail from all across the kingdom. The wintry north, the desolate east, and of course the wealthy coast. First, the chiefs of the north. Ooh, good luck in the days ahead, your majesty. You'll need it dealing with us lot. Counts of the east.
An honor to finally make your acquaintance, your highness. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor.
Oh yeah, was that the one that killed dogs? Or, anyway.
A pleasure, your serene highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign.
You'll be dealing with us. And with that, the introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. You sigh and sit back. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. The path to victory.
Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you?
So let's see. I can go for military. Oh my god, the chiefs have such a good military. I need to keep you guys on my side. Peacekeeper, greatest king who ever lived. The father of the nation. Farming. Could go for trade. Or I could go for faith, which seems like it's going to be a real, kind of a bad time. Military ain't bad. I could also just go for stability or stability, which I want, or authority, which I want anyway. I shall become the greatest king who ever lived.
I see, you're the type who likes to build lots of statues of yourself, aren't you?
Oh, the very left edge is? It shouldn't. Oh yeah, what the hell? It didn't look like that when I was setting it up. Sorry about that. Let me... What the God damn it. Okay, so you guys will be overlapping the... Hang on. Just gotta nudge it a little bit more. Okay, you guys will be overlapping the screen a little bit. Thank you for pointing that out.
I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving your authority as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty.
I'll almost certainly not be able to accomplish this feat. But the coronation. Your Majesty, I've scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. Why the hurry? To delay any longer would make the nobles restless, and when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back.
They wouldn't dare! Their beloved King Vimbert?
You should pay more attention to history books, Your Majesty. The nobles are always plotting something. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation.
Let's get this over with, then.
Shall we call the nobles in?
So, first, I get to weigh things a little bit. By either vetoing something or voting for something. And I know what I don't want, which is for you maniacs to throw me in the river. That is vetoed. Council, you are free to vote. Type exclamation mark vote A, B, or D for the option you want for it to register. It's all run directly through chat. I actually took the 5 seconds to set it up this time. Oh, I think you need to not have the space there, CJ. If it ties here because it didn't register, I'll pick A to honor that. Okay, there we go. There we go.
All right, we shall host a lavish parade with jugglers and fountains of wine.
Voting is closed. 2 nobles voted for host a lavish parade with jugglers and fountains of wine. The coronation is a great success. Jugglers, wine, fireworks, and feasts. It has an impact on your treasury, of course, but what doesn't? So we're a little poorer, but we're now more stable. We are now civil. All right, oh, that's all that happens in the season. Harley of the CJ the Grand Hunter clan, legendary northern troublemaker, stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, spitting as they speak. Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not this imposter, King Vimbert. How do we make that happen? Chiefs, CJ, what shall you do? Raise treasury, raise stability, or lower all faith? What is your plot? An uprising. Okay, so you want to raise the treasury. The chiefs plan to incite a peasant uprising to overthrow the king, before swooping in to steal the throne for themselves. To advance their scheme, the chiefs must raise the treasury to 2,000 or more in 2 seasons. It's already there! Oh dear. Desdemona of the Busy Being Leo dynasty, infamous Eastern chess master, leans delicately on a podium, sighing. My fellow counts, in ancient times the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false King Vimbert wears the crown. Counts, you can subterfuge to lower stability, doppelganger to lower your own defiance, or ascension, lower your own faith. Choose your scheme. Counts, who I think it's just Leah at this point. Alright, doppelganger to lower own defiance. That worked for a faction last time we streamed this, so fair enough. The Counts plan to swap the real king for a perfect doppelganger. First, they must gain the trust of the Spy Master. To advance their scheme, the Counts must keep defiance at 4 or less in 4 seasons. That's also really easy. Aurelia of the Foxlow's Puppies family, infamous coastal entrepreneur, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, speaking calmly. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of King Vimbert. Something must be done. You can use sorcery, raise authority, conspiracy to lower the treasury, or corruption to lower authority. Choose your scheme, patricians. And if you're lurking and you'd like to join, you can join at any time. Exclamation mark join in the chat. Sorcery to raise authority. Damn it, you know I love raising authority. The patricians plan to make a bargain with a wizard. These immortal spellcasters seldom get involved in political squabbles, but perhaps if the king was considered a threat to their autonomy. To advance their scheme, the patricians must raise authority to 5 or more in 2 seasons. I see. I see. The scheming has begun. Oh, thank you, yes. Okay, so I now get to mess with laws. And, oh, look at this. My favorite option is there. Engaging in bribery that costs me nothing. I love it so. Alright, so we have pirates, missing bees, or the honor guard. Pirate seems pretty pressing. Does one of them have her own gunboat and is hot? You must do something about the pirates that have been plaguing the coast's ocean trade routes. I lost a whole shipment of fine silks. And they killed the crew, of course, and won't be cheap to replace. Ooh, and Fox loses 300 wealth. The patrician curse already beginning. Alright, so the council can order the coast navy to patrol the sea routes, pay the pirates to leave your ships alone for a year, which would almost bankrupt us, or just say, there's nothing to be done. Interesting. Our military sucks, so I'm saying we're not going to deploy the military. Either pay the pirates or do nothing. Council, you may vote as you will. Yes, coincidentally leaving me with only options that deplete my own treasury. Voting closes. And we shall pay the pirates to leave our ships alone for a year. Your spymaster arranges a meeting with the self-styled Pirate Queen, a woman who calls himself the Bloody Gull. In return for an enormous amount of gold, she agrees to put a halt to raids for 1 year. After that, she will require more tribute. I think we need to start increasing our military. The pirate attacks cease. For now. Alright, what's going on with missing bees? Counts? What are you wacky folks up to here? Your Highness, terrible news from the east. The bees have vanished. But my breakfast, honey! I fear it has wider implications than your breakfast, your grace. We counts rely on the bees for our honey trade. But worse in the east, bees are bringers of good fortune. We look after them and they look after us. It's a grim omen indeed if they've deserted us. Our serfs are scared that we've offended the bees somehow. We must track them down. So we can bees come and go, let nature take its course, send messengers to investigate other regions, or ask the peasants if they noticed anything wrong. Ooh, interesting. Well, I can't veto. Huh. Perhaps, bees come and go. This is, let nature take its course. There's no evidence of, human involvement in this bee-apocalypse. The science is not settled. Council, vote as you will. Monarch's vote is really powerful when not that many people in chat have joined the game yet. Time ticks down. And the bees shall come and go. We let nature take its course. Can't believe you'd let them die. It's fine, Dread, it's fine. As the eastern beehives languish empty, eastern peasants start sewing bee emblems onto their shirts in a vain attempt to bring them back. I think just exclamation mark join works as well, but I'm not 100% sure. But the north, the north gets a benefit to trade, and the coast gets a benefit to trade. Still, other nobles profit from the situation. The counts had quite the monopoly on honey, and this has given them the chance to get in on the market. You see, I'm opening up trade.
Just, you know, this is really just like, I'm busting up this cartel. I'm busting up this cartel. Fear grows more and more amongst the counts, who complain that the crown cares nothing for their troubles. But welcome, Dread. Welcome. But then, the honor guard. What options do I have? I know what the patricians have.
Your Highness, I have a brilliant idea. Why don't you hold a battle royale to choose your honor guard? If you let us host it in the north, I'll even pay for it. The spectacle will boost our economy massively. And of course, I'm confident the Northern Warriors will win.
Your Majesty, this is pointless. Why don't you choose your honor guard and have done with it? We could hold a battle royale. We could hold a battle royale. It has been a good time thus far. We're just getting started, though. You haven't missed too much. I like the idea of a battle royale. And I kind of want the chiefs on side, because you guys have a scary military.
A battle royale! The gods are good. I'll begin organizing the event at once.
How generous of you, CJ. A week later, you receive word that the battle royale is due to begin, held on a northern mountaintop. You travel up to spectate, along with a horde of murder fans from across the kingdom. The north is now prosperous in trade. Welcome, one and all. Today's competitors are Northern Warrior Heroes, Eastern Knights of the Order of the Drowned Rose, and the Patricians' Greatest Gladiators, Champions of the Arena.
Who will you support, Your Majesty?
I like the sound of the Eastern Knights.
Heh, I think our Northern Warriors will surprise you.
Watch the fight. The bell rings. The Northern Warrior scarcely has time to catch his breath before the Eastern Knight is also upon him, raising her voice in song. Sparks fly as blades clash. Just from a pure aesthetic standpoint, I want the Eastern Knights. This may have been a horrible mistake. The three fighters dart back and forth, almost too fast for your eye to follow. Once, twice. A blade finds its mark. Blood sprays, and finally, someone stands victorious. It's the Northern Warrior, stoically wiping blood off his battle axe. His opponents lie dead at his feet.
The gods are good, I told you. Looks like you have a new honor guard, Your Greatness.
With that, the battle royale is over. Everyone agrees it was a fine day out for those who survived, and the Northern Army attracts a wave of new recruits. You not weigh combat skill. I mean, the aesthetic is important. So the North's military is now mighty. Uh-oh, did I forget to... You guys didn't see that, did you? Okay, here we go. That should fix it.
Set myself to do not disturb on Steam, don't mind me.
That should be everything. Yes, the season can end. Oh yes, and now, nobles use their personal wealth to bid on buildings, and only the two highest funded will be built. Use the command !fund XY, where X is the character code, and Y is the amount you'll be funding. Or X... Oh, okay, so like, if you wanted to fund the deer park, you would type !fund A 500. To put 500 towards the deer park. But only the highest two amounts will be funded, and the counts are coming into this with quite the fiscal advantage. But, bid as ye will. Bid as ye will. An early bid for the ever-popular prison to lower stability. The prison kept getting built last time. Like, all the time. Another bid for the prison. A bid for the monument as well. Patricians doing well, even getting some support from other regions. We love prison. It's looking like the patricians get a lock on both their buildings here. But there's still time to sway things. But bear in mind, you only have so much money in your personal funds. Perhaps the crown can start a stimulus next season, so we can have a bit more lively bidding. Oh, late bids coming in. At the last minute. Oh, I'm actually not sure if it took Leah's. No, Leah, I think you got in just a second too late. As the patricians build a monument, funded by Fox, and the chiefs build a grand bazaar, funded by CJ.
Authority grows ever stronger. Excellent. Oh, bankruptcy looms. Oh, let's do some extra legal extortion or something. The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness. Where the hell did it... No, I know where it went. It went into pirate pockets. What do we suggest we do? Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You could get a bank loan, or sell off the crown jewels, or perhaps crack open some of your predecessors' tombs. Most were buried with piles of gold, or so I've heard. Oh god, I can just print money. What could possibly go wrong? What's hyperinflation? I don't know what that means. Could take a hefty loan to lower my authority. Could crack open some tombs. That will lower stability. Or I could sell, no, that lowers authority. We're not doing that.
Let's go a grave robbing.
I'm not debasing my own currency. Absolutely not. That buried gold isn't doing anyone any good, is it? Time to desecrate some graves. You order the royal mausoleums dug into and looted. The result is quite a bounty. Gold mask, heaps of coins, precious jewels. Not everyone is as practical as your treasurer, however. The church denounce you as a grave robber. Nobles and peasants alike are disgusted by your greed. Blah, blah, blah. I get money. I love $1,000 bread. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm looking to avoid. So defiance goes up for everyone, and stability is now down to 4. Not ideal. In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your nobles, your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master. But there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. But mother, I don't want to get married. Nonsense. A king cannot rule alone. Don't worry, I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? Any? Excellent. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. That ends the season? Question mark? Oh, no. There is a stinging problem in the coast. The bees! Having ignored the bee troubles in the east, you've practically forgotten about the situation. Until Lady Patrician Foxlove's Puppies stamps in, her face swollen and covered with stings. Those damned counts! I bet they sent those bees of theirs just to trouble us. Aren't you enjoying the honey? Why am I always dying? It's the curse of being a patrician. Oh yeah, you were a fish last time. I forgot about that. That's not how beekeeping works, your esteemed highness. These bees aren't making honey, they're flying around and stinging my citizens. It's terrible. By the night, those bees must be destroyed. No one dares to go outside, our markets are ruined. Blood and stars, these bees are our livelihood. If they're killed, they'll bring bad luck to all of us. Then you should have taken better care of them, shouldn't you? So we can focus on luring the bees back to the east, destroy the bees in the coast, or get the church to help heal the peasants. Welcome, River. All you gotta do is type !join. And you shall join the court. Interesting. I don't know what I want most here. Oh yeah, join, !join and, pronouns. Though I don't know if it supports blended pronouns. I really don't know what I want most here. Maybe I just start a vote with nothing? Maybe I start a vote with nothing. Yeah, council, I don't care. Do whatever you want. I think it... Yeah, you're a member of the patricians now, River. You joined. So if you type !vote A, B, or C, it will cast your vote, River, for what we're doing, although we're locked in for A. We're bringing the bees back to the east. Everyone wants to bring the bees back to the east. Wow. Voting closes. Nearly the entire kingdom wants to bring the bees back to the east. That is totally fine, River. Some patricians grumble that they're not getting enough help from the crown. Their farmers resort to huge protective suits and hats, which hamper their work terribly. The coast gains defiance and loses farming. Meanwhile, the Counts are grateful, but are desperate to figure out how to bring the bees back. Eastern folktales describe charms that can control bees. Hopefully the Counts can find one before it's too late. And with that, we end the season. Inside a smoky northern clan hall buried in the snow, Chief CJ the Grand Hunter paces up and down the length of the room, their brow furrowed in frustration.
It's not enough. The common folk couldn't care less about the king or his hoarded wealth. How are we supposed to incite an uprising in this climate?
We should start by ensuring the king actually has some wealth to flaunt.
Shame the king seems determined to be destitute.
Perhaps he's just really bad with money. Hey. The chief's aim is to raise the treasury to 2,000 or more. In the coast, Lady Patrician Foxlove's puppy sits on a pier, watching the sharks swim lazy circles beneath her dangling feet. Suddenly the water begins to boil and froth. The sharks swim off in terror. A huge, shaggy figure rises from the sea.
You wanted to meet with me? Make it quick. A giant squid is fighting a sperm whale 30 miles from here and I don't want to miss it.
I thought we might have a common goal. The king has been overstepping his bounds recently, hasn't he?
The king's navy did anchor his ships over my favorite reef last month. Bloody annoying. Alright, I'll help you, but you better get rid of the bees first.
Did you say bees?
Yes, on this plane they're simple insects, but in the apiary, the world of dreams and magic, they're powerful and intelligent. Call themselves the dreams of being. They have an innate fondness for royalty, and sometimes protect monarchs from magical interference. So they won't harm non-magical folk, beyond the occasional sting, so you can deal with them.
For the next stage of their scheme, the patricians must lower all regions' combined farming to 14 or less in 4 seasons. So, congratulations, patricians, so long as we don't experience an agricultural boom, you're already set. The chiefs discover an ancient treasure hoard frozen in ice, worth 500 wealth. The other nobles gain 200 wealth. So let's institute a cruel tax on the counts. First time ever, we're past first phase. That's true. I don't want to raise the treasury too much. So, like, what if I... Then again, I need money. I do need money. I don't think I need to hand out bribes. Yeah, let me bribe the heck out of accounts, because you guys are gonna lower your own defiance anyway. And, just common tax on the chiefs and patricians. That's enough. Defiance is now grumbling. You're taxing us too much, sire. There's no such thing. Let's see my marriage options. I have found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. Well, why don't the poor simply eat cake? Yes, I know. Your mother leads you to the Great Hall, where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright then, let's see the eligible candidates. She whisks away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Ursa, firstborn daughter of the Northern CJ, the Grand Hunter clan. She's your typical northern lass, big, brawny, and honest, in the same way an axe to the face is honest. Even among the northerners, she's made something of a name for herself as a fearsome warrior. Had a bit of controversy a while back when her clan hall burned down. Apparently her peasants were to blame. Yeah, I love a woman who will literally just kill me. I can see the appeal, I suppose. This is Valentine, the eldest heir of the Eastern Dread-to-Day dynasty. I'm not sure why the artist made them look so severe, just a trick of the light, perhaps. Spends most of their time indoors, poring over musty tomes. Half the East are in love with them, apparently, and the other half hate them. I mean, I can relate to a fellow nerd. They're an intriguing candidate. And finally, from the coast, we have Nestor, the wealthy heir to noble patrician River the Fluid's estate. I mean, just look at him. He's gorgeous. And apparently he's got a silver tongue, too. His interests are typical of the coast. Money, 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 and making more of it. But to his credit, he gives a lot of it to charity. I like the sound of him. Aside the charity part, could we just, like... That's just, like... You're just, like, lying about that, right? Like, we'll keep the money for ourselves. I mean, peasants, the kingdom cares about you. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions. But you'll gain a lifelong alliance. I have made my decision. Ursa of the North, I want giant Viking lady. Also, you guys have a scary amount of military and trade. Chiefs, I want you guys and me to be pals. Excellent, I'll make the arrangements. And the coast and the east are a little annoyed. But my NB nerd, they were a strong candidate. But... Muscle lady... Someone is accused in the coast. What's going on with them wacky patricians?
Your esteemed highness, the pirates have been leaving us alone ever since you paid them tribute, but other countries like the Republic of Kurth and Danea have noticed that our ships aren't being targeted. They suspect us of hiring privateers to protect our noble roots and are threatening to boycott our goods. What should we do?
What are privateers?
They're like pirates, but they're paid by a government to disrupt other countries' shipping while leaving their paymasters alone.
Yeah, that sounds fucking dope. Can we just do that? Privateers sounds like a good idea!
Oh, or a boycott outrageous. Let's boycott them right back. Ooh, tempting. God, I have to go for the funny option, because I literally said I wanted to do it. The crown will bribe you to help us hire these privateers, but council, if you hate money, you can vote for B or C. You get 500 personal wealth if you vote for A. Not that I'm biased or anything. I do like the thought of a boycott, CJ, to be fair. Mere seconds remain. Privateers sounds like a good idea. Money flowing equals more options, exactly. Your spymaster arranges for another meeting with the Bloody Gull in which she agrees, in exchange for another boatload of cash, to do your bidding. The patricians' trade now increases to monopoly. Patricians are making money hand over fist. Your pirate fleet disrupts foreign shipping even further. The patricians soon have unparalleled mastery of the seas. I see this as an absolute win. But we're also starving to death. You could just buy food from the other regions, Fox. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? And in the east, there is a useful trinket. Are we on about bees again? Countess Busy Being Leah holds up a slat of wood attached to a length of string. When she swings it round her head, it makes a powerful buzzing noise. Look at this, it's a bee charm. We bought it from a wandering druid, and it's proven most effective at attracting bees back to the east. We can even control them to an extent. For a honestly pretty modest amount of Leah's personal wealth, the east gains more farming. You're the basket of the kingdom. Try and take it if you dare. A blanket of eager bees is already covering the windows of the council hall. Is there a catch?
None that we know of, Your Highness, though the druid charged us an arm and a leg. We're practically drowning in honey, and our crops are thriving.
Image phobia bees. Yeah, fair. My little brother is the same, but to be fair, he was once stung, like, on the eyelid. Like, I think it traumatized the hell out of him. I respect bees, but I do freak out if they get too close to me.
However, I petitioned the council for an investment to help us keep using the charm. It requires constant use, and my arm is starting to hurt. Besides, it would be a shame if the unfortunate swarm situation happened again.
The nobles exchange nervous glances. No one wants a plague of bees descending on their household. So we can pay off the counts. We can have everyone else pay off the counts, or forbid the counts from using the bee charm aggressively. Interesting. You know, ask not what the crown can do for you, but what you can do for the crown. My choice is B, but council, vote as you wish. No offensive attacks will occur. Yeah, there are, like, no downsides. Just a few seconds remain to register your votes. And with the crown breaking the tie, the other nobles shall pay off the counts. You just remember this favor, counts. The nobles aren't pleased about the situation, but they're too afraid of swarms to refuse. Busy Being Leah receives their payments with an oily smile. Farming is now rampant in the east. Some movement and defiance, and everyone gets poorer except for the counts who get more wealthy. True to their word, the counts do not use the charm against anyone. Yet. Instead, they focus on their own lands, building up even more honey stores and helping their fields flourish. This is funny, because we have, like, just massive over-specialization. Like, the chiefs have a boatload of military, patricians have a boatload of trade, the counts have a lot of farming, faith... So yeah, we have each region specializing in one of the important things we need. It's kind of neat. Let's see, Iron Choice. If chosen, they gain +1 authority. Faith? What faith? +600 treasury if the nobles vote for the... Anonymous voting. That's interesting. Could I... I do kind of like veto and... I like all my laws, though. I like all my laws. I'll keep them as is. So we have a maritime incident, the royal wedding, and a bee empire. Let us see the details of this bee empire. It's just not fair, your esteemed highness. This bee charm has given Countess Busy Being Leah a monopoly on honey. A honeyopoly? The patricians are just jealous that we made good use of a bad situation. Everything I'm doing is perfectly legal. I was the one who sought out the charm in the first place to help you not get stung. But ever since you got a hold of that charm, your bees have been making unnatural quantities of honey. It's not fair on honest business owners. We can't compete. Bad for bloodshed. Busy Being Leah? Amazing. It was right there. The foreshadowing. So we can impose high tariffs on Eastern honey, let the Count's bee empire fly, or pay for prestigious royal honey in the palace. Oh, it's time to engage in bribery! So you will gain money if you vote for C, but vote as you will. And I mean, really, who's going to vote against money? Oh, Fox votes against money. Interesting. Oh, it is the patrician vote, though. Impose the tariffs on Eastern honey. That makes sense. But, no, we shall pay for prestigious royal honey for the palace. The counts murmur in surprise, but agree. Soon, specially branded royal honey is shipped to the palace, becoming a famous delicacy. The East's farming is now a cornucopia. I am now almost broke, again. And there's a little more defiance. The Chancellor even serves it to foreign diplomats, who greatly approve of the delicate flavor and delicious sweetness. It makes negotiations much more pleasant. As my iron grip around the kingdom tightens, and I am imperious. I mean, I am a just ruler. A maritime incident for the patricians. Your Majesty, I'm afraid your new fleet of privateers has caused a diplomatic incident. They boarded one of the Republic of Kurth's merchant ships and tied up the crew. The merchants overheard their captors boasting loudly about how much money we pay them. Why did they live to tell the tale? They were rescued by a Kurth naval vessel before our privateers could make them walk the plank. Most unfortunate. Now the Republic is demanding a formal apology in compensation for their losses. Part of our apology would involve ending our association with the privateers. Well, that's obviously never happening. And so we're automatically locked out of A and C. Stop employing privateers, but don't pay the fine, or we can tell them to go to hell. Oh, I have the option to be really funny here. Well, Cancel, you can vote however you wish. You can vote out of your many options. Your many option. It's perfectly fair. We hold elections in this kingdom. We respect the will of the people, who are nobly born. I love that the council is just abstaining. Well, I guess if the nobles can't decide, the king shall simply decide. Oh, vote A, vote A. No, you don't get to. You send an envoy to inform the Republic of Kurth that you won't be apologizing, and furthermore, they're ugly and stupid. Kurth is outraged, Your Majesty. In retaliation, it's blocking our trade routes and setting high tariffs on our goods. I hope our economy can withstand this. So trade gets hurt across the board, but the most for the patricians, and the patricians are not happy about this. What's more, they've already hired some of their own privateers to intercept our own. This will get ugly. But who cares about that? The royal wedding! Your wedding to Ursa is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Ursa at your side.
Do you take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife?
I do.
Then I pronounce you king and wife.
After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new wife Ursa delivers a short but heartfelt toast, expressing a wish to get to know you better. The kingdom increases in stability and authority. All good things. By the time you find yourself alone with Ursa, it's past midnight, and you've never felt more tired. I miss the north. It's too warm down here. People twist their words. They don't mean what they say. I'd much prefer to rule from the north if I could. I can see why. Everyone down here speaks in circles, insulting each other without really insulting each other. I don't know how you stand it. It's tough, but I have to do my duty. Strength. Strength. By the old gods, I feel for you. I couldn't do it. After finishing the last of your wine, you head to your separate bedchambers. It seems your wife is happy to take her time getting to know you. Oh, no, that was the exact opposite. We were not getting to know each other in the biblical sense. We went to separate bedchambers. Shit. Damn it. Never mind, then. End of the season. Far in the east, Countess Busy Being Leah is hosting a dinner party in her castle with a few distinguished guests. Oh, yeah, that is a good call. I forget drops are a thing. I don't have room in tags, so let me do drops enabled on the title. You said you had a surprise for me? Indeed, and here it is. Behold. Your Grace, what are you doing here at such an hour? I'm sorry, I hope you didn't overhear any. Quit babbling, you blowhard. This isn't the king. It's a peasant who's the king's spitting image. Blood and stars, and just in time. The spymaster trusts us so much that she's not noticed that we're fortifying the border.
More strong military.
That means we can move to the next phase, kidnapping the king and putting this fool in his place. How do we manage that? We need the kingdom in utter chaos, bad enough that the king's abduction can slip past unnoticed.
For the next stage of their scheme, the counts must lower stability to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Okay, that's probably the one that has the best shot at succeeding. I gotta keep an eye on you, counts. I really gotta keep an eye on you, counts. Oh, bankruptcy looms again. Have you considered anarchy? Treasury's almost empty.
Oh, but that would lower my authority.
Debasing currency would be really funny. It would be really funny. I mean, the stream title is Let Us Ruin a Kingdom Myself. Could I interest you in some bees? No, I can't afford to buy. But I will after I make more coins!
The Royal Mint begins churning out new coins, allowing you to pay off several old debts. I'm sure this will have no bad consequences down the line. Nothing will go wrong as a result of my rash actions.
Your Majesty, the Republic of Kurth has levied extreme trade sanctions against us for our perceived crimes against them, notably our privateers capturing one of their merchant ships.
Yeah, this will stabilize the country. I've saved it with one fell swoop. Oh shit, stability is bad. And trade is now crappy for, well, honestly, just the counts. What can we do about it, Treasurer?
That's for the Council to decide. Kurth must also be suffering from this, but we can't afford to wait them out. Our people will soon run out of basic necessities.
Okay, so we can escalate the trade war by raising tariffs. We can import essential goods from a different country. Or we can lower tariffs and offer exclusive... Man, why can't I send in the Navy? Ah, man. Perhaps it is time for there to be peace. The golden choice of the crown is to lower tariffs and offer exclusive trade routes to Kurth as concessions, but we're definitely still going to keep employing pirates. But if you hate money, you can vote for A or B. Council, the choice is yours. No, money, money. Yeah, we absolutely support the king in this one. We gotta improve the economy. It's the economy. Though it sucks that I'm going to have to be seen as less of a tyrant. With support from the patricians, we choose to lower tariffs. After all, they have suffered the most in this trade. All the way down to 5? Man. Though your concessions are primarily seen as a sign of weakness, you stave off total collapse. Kurth eagerly agrees to your terms, knowing they'll have the upper hand in all future negotiations. Damn it. What are the rising tempers about?
Ah, Vimbert, I have something I need to discuss with you. That oaf noble patrician River the Fluid challenged my honor, calling me a coward only fit to fight training dummies. I must regain my honor by fighting them at once.
Yeah, rip them in half. Rip them in half, babe. Give them a good kicking for me. Sorry, River. I gotta support the wife.
By Odheld's horn I will, not to worry.
The very next day, noble patrician River the Fluid is summoned to the fighting ring for the much-anticipated duel.
You've always been a coward, Ursa. Don't worry, there's still time to back down.
cheer for Ursa!
Ursa grins ever so slightly. See how he treats the patricians. The two combatants circle each other like lions, their axes drawn and pointed at each other. When they finally come to blows, the fight is over almost as quickly as it begins. Quick parry here, a thrust there, and suddenly noble patrician River the Fluid is lying on the floor, bleeding from the neck. It was my twin sister. After a moment of shock, onlookers shriek and call for aid. But too late. Ursa is stricken with remorse, but the damage is done. The other counts won't soon forget the loss of noble patrician River the Fluid. Noble patrician River the Fluid has died, but River the Fluid II has joined the council. Don't worry, you still get to play. It's just, you know, your twin sister this time. Fox didn't die first. True, we've broken the cycle there. And that's the end of the season. Oh yeah, it was your son that died. Back at Chief CJ the Grand Hunter's clan hall, the chief's plot is finally picking up pace.
The common folk are getting rowdy, and it's all thanks to us. Now that they know how much wealth the king's hoarding, they're itching to get rid of him.
Careful we don't get them too riled up, mind you, or they'll start asking questions about our wealth as well. That is a good point. I think I'll do that before we roll into the next season, but I'll go a little longer. Thank you, though, Leah. I'm really bad. I was really bad about keeping pre-rolls off last time, so I need to be better this time.
Aye, now it's time to incite some real chaos. Show them that King Vimbert is not only greedy, he's utterly incompetent, too.
For the next stage of their scheme, the Chiefs must lower stability to 4 or less in 4 seasons. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Two of the factions want to lower stability. I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed. Alright. Well, auction, spend your money on buildings. You know how it works. This prison song. No, what if we build a monument or a grand bazaar? You know, trade has been hurt so much by this trade war, oh god. Well, a strong swing from the counts for the prison. That's gonna be hard to beat. But you could still go for second place, as only the top 2 are funded. The patrician's going for a deer park. To lower farming. Oh, of course. Gotta fund that. Oh! But the fortress is being funded in the Count's territory. 'Cause prison is funny. That's valid. That's valid. But the counter bid for the deer park as seconds remain. The fortress takes it. The prison and the fortress are funded. The Count's spending big cash to fund their goals. But before we go into the next season, I will take a quick break and run some ads to kill pre-rolls. Don't worry, you won't miss any of the game. Just feel free to get up and stretch your legs. Just want to, as people come in to lurk or to play, I don't want them to have to deal with pre-rolls, so back in just a bit. I return. If you're hearing me right now, thank you for being a subscriber, VOD watcher, Twitch Turbo user, and or being clever enough to get around Twitch ads. I appreciate you regardless of which camp applies to you. Because the ads are kind of a necessary evil. I'm just gonna take a... And yeah, nothing is happening in the north. But you know, I do think I like the north. They hate the church. Unlike the counts and the patricians who are angry at me for literally no reason, I can't think of a single one. They're just chill. And you know, I am not being coerced to say this by the fact that I have married a northern noble and have a northern honor guard. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I was actually working silently on a stout of my own. I got a super late Christmas present from my little brother who sent me like a really, really good, like kind of a chocolatey stout that I guess Costco makes? He had told me about it before and I was like, damn, that sounds really good. So I had a small glass of it because that's like a 13% beer. It's aged in bourbon barrels, so it doesn't mess around for a beer. And I was like, okay, I need to not drink too much, but maybe I can have a little bit of a drink to take the edge off the day. It's fine. The vintage ale, yes. That. I hadn't had it before. It's pretty good. And it's another thing that's subtly pushing me like, maybe I pay for a Costco membership. But we are back. I think I'll start with some details about my heir in case people got up during ads and have not yet returned. I love me some stouts. I really do. Your marriage to Ursa has grown stale. Oh, you get along well enough, but you made some good memories together, but there's no spark. She cares more about perfecting her combat moves than your happiness, but spark or no spark, you still need an heir. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. I'm very happy, thank you. Your happiness isn't as important as fulfilling your duty to the kingdom, but I'm glad you found a way to have both. You've done well so far, but something's still missing, an heir. You need someone young, whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. Wife and I will have a child together. She'll probably break me in half in the process, but damn it, it will happen. Ah, the traditional method. No one will object to that. I'll arrange for you to take a month off from ruling so you can get down to business. Thanks, Mom. I need a month to impregnate my wife, apparently. She will break me, he says with a grin. Wait, did I turn the webcam on? But no, you can just hear the grin. It's not necessary to see. What's this bizarre report? Your Majesty, I've received worrying reports, worrying and confusing. Let me help you out. What's wrong? I've received reports from one of my little birdies in Countess Bijabing-Lea's keep. She is a most unusual guest. Who? It's you, Your Majesty, or someone who looks just like you. I have no reason to suspect the Count's of plotting anything, and yet I can't square this away. Unfortunately, I can't devote too many resources to solving this puzzle with the kingdom in such a lamentable state, too busy fighting fires elsewhere. I recommend you call a meeting of the council and try to do something to put a stop to this. Very well, assemble them at once. So I can triple the security around the palace, conduct a thorough search of the eastern castles to delay the scheme for one season, or do nothing. We love the king so much we have look-alike contests. Man, I know what I want, but I do have money. I do have money. Fox makes an excellent point. And speaking of money, you'll gain money for voting for me to spend money. We must triple the security around the palace.
Everyone, this is a waste of time. We'll see if the rest of the council agrees, Leah. Oh. I'll let you borrow my Costco card. The council in a deadlock. Any one vote could... Oh! River the Fluid the second. Oh! And Dread coming in on Do Nothing. Well, it seems the crown must break the ties, so we shall triple security around the palace. As recommended by the patricians, the ranks of your palace watch are swollen with new recruits, and a strict curfew is set up within a 2-mile radius of the palace. Stability is up to teetering, and authority is now down to dubious. It should help keep you safe, but the nobles think it's a display of weakness. There are rumors that you're slipping into paranoia. I'm not paranoid. Who said I was paranoid? Who's talking about me? Tell me! I'm a just ruler. And there is a... Oh my god, a petitioner from afar? Could it be? Has Pirate Lady returned? Your Majesty, there's a petitioner here to see you today. We're not exactly sure where she's from. I assume you have a good reason for letting her in? You'll see soon enough, Your Majesty. Oh, shit!
Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Orid. I have a proposition for you.
Tell me more about this proposition.
3 ships are docked in a harbor to the west. Their holds are packed to the gills with muskets and gunpowder. They each boast a full battery of cannons. They are all yours in return for a small favor.
And what is this favor? Damn it, my hot nemesis. Give her anything she wants. That was my plan last time, and it worked pretty well.
I only wish to stay in this kingdom with your blessing and protection. I can show your soldiers how to use the weapons, of course, to avoid any accidents.
Fine, I'll call a vote. So we can provide safe harbor, we can confiscate the weapons, we can reject her offer. Well, we're certainly not going to be bad hosts by confiscating weapons. I will never allow that. Council, vote on the remaining options as you will. We can either provide safe harbor in exchange for guns, or reject her offer and tell her to go away. You see, we get the guns by helping her, Leah. The patrician vote is split. A rare display of disunity from the patricians. The coast cannot decide. Oh, at the last minute, the council decides reject Orid's offer and send her away. She betrayed me before I know how this ends. Fair. Knowing that taking her in will no doubt provoke someone's ire, you turn Orid away. To your surprise, she doesn't beg or grovel, but bows low and leaves your courtroom with dignity. But sexy pirate lady, exactly. And she might, go to, one of our neighbors and give them guns. And then we won't have guns. In the darkest depths of an eastern forest, Countess Busy Being Leah has gathered her fellow plotters around a mossy stone obelisk.
The kingdom's on the brink of chaos. It's perfect. We have to strike. What do you intend us to do? Swoop in and kidnap the king in full view of the honor guard and the palace watch? No, of course not. We need to use the chaos to our advantage. We have 2 options.
Counts, you can either lure the king to the east and abduct him there by raising your own defiance, or manufacture a food crisis and kidnap the king during the relief efforts by lowering your own farming. B will probably not work. I'm gonna be real with you. Countess. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. I see that, Leah.
We need to convince the king that the East is on the verge of rebellion. The current climate, he'll be forced to make a diplomatic visit to smooth things over.
Says King the Queen Bee.
That's when we strike. One king enters the peace tent, and another king leaves.
For the final stage of their scheme, the counts must raise their defiance to at least 5, but without starting a rebellion. Okay.
Along the coast, Lady Patrician Fox Loves Bees is visiting the wizard Scrampton in his cliffside tower built of knotted coral and seashells.
The Dream Queens still rule over the apiary, as powerful as ever. You failed me.
But please, just give me a few more months. By the 9th, I won't let you down.
Cease your whining. Just get it done or I'll go barnacles on your bones.
The Patrician's aim is to lower all regions' combined farming to 14 or less. Meanwhile, the North doesn't get a check-in. Well, you know, with all this wealth, I should really be spreading it around. You know, the Counts, you've just suffered so much. You should get some money from the crown. North vibing, exactly. And, you know what, chiefs? We're pretty chill, so you can take some money, too. Texas, we are so rich. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, a new chief joins the North. Welcome, Bob Red Skull. And the patricians, do I tax? Then again, you guys might start, uprising, but your military is pathetic. But I have, like, infinite money. Bribes for everyone! Stimulus checks with the money I've printed! Our poor are feasting. My liege, I am poor. Don't worry, I fixed it. I fixed it with stimulus checks. Made off money that is not backed by anything. Oh my god, the North has 2 events. The North has 2 events. Chiefs, you're eating well. But first, the bounty hunters. Your Majesty, these good folk are bounty hunters representing the Republic of Kurth.
King Vimbert, we greet you humbly.
How may I help you?
We're searching for a fugitive. Last we heard, she went by the name Orid.
She came through here, yes.
Will you help us apprehend her, Your Majesty? There is no doubt she is still in your kingdom.
Oh, interesting. We can assist the bounty hunters in tracking down Orid, or don't get involved and let them be on their way. I'm thinking, because the Republic is the ones that we were in the trade war with earlier, we might curry some favor with them, so the Crown would prefer we assist the bounty hunters, but Council, vote as you will. But I'm not bribing you. This is just a regular monarch's vote. So, vote for whichever. The chiefs are split. What of the other regions? The patricians. And the counts. The king of us or of Kurth? Oh! At the last minute. A fully split vote among the nobles. And that, wow. It's like symmetry. It's like poetry. It rhymes. We choose to assist the bounty hunters in hunting down Kurth. Or hunting down Orid. You pledge to help bring Orid to justice. The bounty hunters wait eagerly for your agents and their investigation to bear fruit. You would betray your queen bee. We have a request for the Archbishop. Low on lumber. That one sounds like a bigger problem. Let's see what's going on with that first. Your Majesty, will you tell these superstitious chiefs to get over themselves and let us harvest their trees? We need the wood for our craftspeople. Started the mass extinction of honeybees. Oh no. Welcome, Apoth.
I've told you 1,000 times, Kant. That forest is thoroughly haunted. You'll damn us all if you go logging there.
But you sold us a logging contract, and said contract has no exclusions for haunting. Your Majesty, the chiefs can't be allowed to wiggle out of their commitments. Oh boy. We can gamble on trade. We can turn the forest into a joint hunting reserve, or we can fence the area off to make oh my god, all of these are terrible. But I don't want to lower my authority even more. The council may pick whichever of the doomed options remain. These are all bad. These are all bad.
I can't believe one of our options is just put up a fence. Everyone loves the fence. Everyone wants to build the wall. Eats popcorn. Fair enough. But my lumber, I paid for that! Oh. Oh, the East gets defiance.
Give it a rest, won't you? The council has spoken it. It's for your own good.
When it's clear the council won't reconsider its position, Comte Dread de Day slinks back to the east. The haunted forest falls back into obscurity and legend. And what does the Archbishop want? We don't have the grandees, luckily, so I don't think anyone cares about religion. Your Majesty, I wish to speak with you about the situation in the north. Too long have the Northerners been allowed to worship their heathen tree gods, in brazen defiance of the ninth god. Allow me to send some of my best missionaries to the north. It's for the good of the realm. I'll have to bring it to the council. Of course, Your Majesty. I would expect nothing less. Tree gods didn't let me get lumber. So we can either send missionaries to the north or deny their request for a mission. Screw you, Archbishop. You can get money by voting against the church. But vote A if you hate money. Leah hates money. The patricians don't hate money. See, chiefs, I'm with you guys. So could you stop trying to overthrow me? I thought I saw a vote C in there. It's doomed to vote I'm filling coffers. A practical count.
Very well, if this is the will of the council, then so be it. I'm glad that the council respects our sovereignty enough to leave us to our own business. Gods bless you.
The North, defiance can't go lower. Oh well, anyway. Swing votes are an interesting option. What if swing votes, though? Oh, I like the thought of that, Chaos. Let me get rid of the Monarchs vote and allow swing votes to let you guys change your votes if you want. I like that, Chaos, a lot. Oh no, hyperinflation. Oh no! Oh no! I knew it was coming. Alright, how bad is it? As you ordered, Your Majesty, the Royal Mint has churned out thousands of new coins using cheap, gold-like metals. The treasury is technically replenished. I sense a but coming. But it's also devaluing the currency across the kingdom. A loaf of bread now costs 100 times what it used to. $1,000 bread, you called it, Dread. Something must be done. If this gets worse, our currency will be worthless. Oh, the East has no trade. The East has no trade? There's nothing wrong with this. Let it continue, which cost me 8,000 gold? Adopt an entirely new currency and declare the old one illegitimate? What? Or adopt a foreign... Oh my god, these are all terrible. Oh god. But we can't afford any of them, it's true. But you know what? I think the best option here is to adopt an entirely new currency, and I'll bribe you guys in what will definitely be the new currency to pick that option. There's nothing wrong with this, let it continue. Bold choice for the A voters. Shh, Apoth. Shh.
People love money. Predictably enough, absolutely everyone, from the lowest peasant to the highest noble, is outraged to find their money is suddenly worthless. Treasury is now 0. Everyone's money decreases. Everyone is unhappy. Oh no, the resulting chaos makes buyback difficult, and fraud is rampant. Riots consume every major city. Stability is 0. Don't worry, we'll be playing a second round. Remember? Everything is awful. Kurth. Oh, wait, they're paying us. They're paying us. Maybe I can salvage this. Yeah, it's probably a GG Apoth, but let me see if I can pull out a miracle. Your Majesty, good to see you again. We wish to thank you for the information you provided. It was instrumental in tracking down Orid and bringing her to justice. As a token of Kurth goodwill, we'd like to share a portion of the reward. Oh, I can take the coin or I can take stability for justice. Oh god, either one of these will save us. Stability is kind of harder to raise. But money does unlock more options. This is not a council decision, but literally, council, what are you thinking? You can't tax the chat if we've got no money. Oh, that's true. That's a really good point, because yeah, I wouldn't be able to yeah, okay, I'll take the money. You've convinced me, Apoth. You respectfully accept the gold, as well as the thanks of the Republic of Kurth. The bounty hunters bid you farewell, wishing you long life and good health. It's fine. The crown now has all the money that exists in the kingdom, and will generously dole it out. Kind of. Okay, the counts have an escaped experiment. Rebellion possible, counts. Yeah. Apparently something has escaped from the cellars of Comte Dread-Deday's castle. I've asked for an eyewitness report from a local.
Hello, Your Majesty. It was a right unholy sight. A monster stitched together from parts dug up from the village cemetery. I recognize my Aunt Edna's earlobes.
Bring me Dread-Deday! This creature's my life's work, Your Majesty, and my son. His escape was regrettable. He just wanted to see the village up close. Rest assured, I have chained him up far more securely in my dungeon, to ensure this won't happen again.
It's too late for that, Comte. You and your unholy creation must be burned. It is the only way to cleanse the world of your evil.
So we can burn Dread-Deday and their monster. Burn the monster, but let the Comte live. The monster may live as long as it stays in prison, or free the monster. Yeah, free the monster. 0% chance on stability. I mean, we really need A here, chat. We really need A here to let the game just continue so you guys can keep scheming. Oh boy. Under no circumstances does the monster get to live. I'm sorry, Dread. Your son must die. Council, vote as you will.
Your son is an abomination.
We'll have multiple deaths. Because we had River die, and now Dread's getting burnt at the stake. Don't worry, Dread. Your actual son or daughter or distant cousin or something will replace you. Yeah? The chief's voting for the good of the kingdom. Oh god, Defiance is now vengeful. Burn us if you wish, you fools! Was on the verge of defeating death itself. You're burning your own savior! Comte Dread-Deday and their hideous creation are burned together at dawn, clutching each other's hands. The common folk celebrate that the Ninth's justice is done. It's really incredible. Defiance 9. That's crazy. Comte Dread-Deday has died. Dread-Deday II has joined the council. Oh god, the Counts have a pretty good military, too. Oh dear. This is fine. Everything is fine. Oh god, the Counts are about to succeed on their... I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Yeah, I think Counts just win. Hey there, Juggler. We're probably about to have game over here, but I will be starting another round shortly. Oh, so you can vote to rebel by typing !rebel. Just join the Counts too. Well, you came in on the winning side at the very last minute. Oh boy. Oh, well. Can we rebel for the laughs? Hey, you could certainly try. You need 2 votes to start a rebellion. But I don't know if it's just, like, too late. I haven't had rebellion fire in this game yet. We have no military, true. Let's just get it over with.
Your Majesty, the Counts are inviting you to the east to meet with them in person. I think it would go a long way towards smoothing your recent tensions.
But the east is so far away.
You'll just have to put up with it, Your Majesty. You bid a fond goodbye to your wife.
Goodbye, dear. Be careful out there.
You embark on the long, perilous journey out east. After braving haunted forests and mud-churned roads, you reach your destination, the Black Spire. This is traditionally a place for diplomacy and talk of peace. It is sacred ground where no blood can be spilled.
Welcome, welcome. Take a seat by the fire, Your Grace. Can I get you a drink?
A red wine would go down nicely. Let me die drunk. A glass of red wine is pressed into your hand and you gulp it down gratefully. Your northern warriors take their seats behind you, watching Busy Bee and Leah carefully.
Actually, Your Grace, I had something I wanted to speak to you about, alone.
My honor guard will stay put. They're loyal.
I'm sorry, but I simply must insist.
Countess Busy Bee and Leah yanks down a lever, cleverly disguised as a candlestick. A giant trap door swings open beneath your honor guard. They drop down into the darkness below, without even enough time to scream. Run for it! Before you can make it 5 yards, a dozen Eastern knights burst through the door and seize you roughly. A blade is pressed against your throat. Straight up Looney Tunes.
Your Grace, there's someone I want you to meet.
You hear soft footsteps, a curtain parts, and you are suddenly confronted by... yourself. Well, aren't you a handsome devil? Well, aren't you a handsome devil? The voice is almost, but not quite, identical to your own. A little too nasal.
Do you like it? Took a year of training to get the voice right.
You'll never get away with this!
I'm willing to roll the dice. Men?
The Eastern Knights holding you hostage bundle you toward the door.
Quick, we must make sure his body won't be discovered.
A bag is stuffed over your head and your arms tied behind your back. You're loaded onto a mule like a sack of grain. As you jolt around on the mule, you have plenty of time to contemplate your upcoming demise. It's funny. The kingdom won't even notice you're gone. Perhaps Ursa will realize, but by then it'll be too late. You'll already be dead. When the bag is whipped off your head, you find yourself standing over a mist-shrouded waterfall. Far below, the white water churns and seethes. No, Counts! I didn't kill my wife!
Any last words?
May the 7th god feast on your eyeballs in hell! Countess Busy Leah takes a step back and kicks you nonchalantly off the edge. The long way down, your screams are drowned out by the thundering water.
Long live the new king, same as the old king.
Nobody would ever know that the king had been replaced by an imposter. It isn't mentioned in history books. Only the counts knew, and they took the secret to their graves. Unable to convince the peasants to act in time, the chief's scheme fizzled into irrelevancy. Perhaps next time they'd take matters into their own hands instead of hinging their plans on the whims of common folk. The attempt to woo Scrampton to the coastal cause was doomed to failure. Eventually the wizard, bored of these mortal quabbles, fed Lady Patrician Foxlove's puppies to a kraken. So Fox still died?
Why is Fox... Oh my god. This is only my second time, Apoth. It came up randomly when I was planning on doing something else, but I loved it so much that it was like, I need to do a day of just this. Yes, we will do it again, River, and what's more, when we continue this dynasty, I will play as the one that counts installed on the throne, and you will keep your personal wealth and your position in the same faction. So you get benefits for being around the last time. The Count's doppelganger was in power long enough to name Desdemona as his heir before meeting his own unfortunate end. The Count's grip on the crown was secure. For now. King Vimbert the Spendthrift. But now we can continue. I play as Queen Desdemona. Let us return to the kingdom we doomed and doom it once again. Type !join with pronouns to return. I'll give it a bit. So, I'm not very good at this game. I have lost every game I've played with chat, but I just enjoy the chaos. I'm just here to vibe and provide you all with a villain. The patricians have been in every game I've played and they've never won. I want to give the patricians a dub. That's going to be my aim. Patricians, I am totally behind anything you guys do. I'm very sorry for my dumb. It's alright, River. Sometimes you gotta vote for the comedy. I think that's everyone who was in the last game and Juggler, so I will begin. And don't worry, if you're lurking and want to join in, you can join at any time. When in doubt, RNG it out. Exactly. We love gambling! Speaking of gambling, actually... Hang on. A prediction, if you wish to gamble your garlic coin. That will run for 20 minutes on which faction you think will win the next game. But first, yeah, exactly, Dread. But first, CJ wants some words of wisdom from Sun Tzu. Reduce the hostile chiefs by inflicting damage on them, and make trouble for them and keep them constantly engaged. Hold out specious allurements, and make them rush to any given point. The art of war teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him. Not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect a general. 1. Recklessness, which leads to destruction. 2. Cowardice, which leads to capture. 3. A hasty temper, which can be provoked by insults. 4. A delicacy of honor, which is sensitive to shame. 5. Over-solicitude for his men, which exposes him to worry and trouble. These are the 5 besetting sins of a general, ruinous to the conduct of war. When an army is overthrown and its leader slain, the cause will surely be found among these 5 dangerous faults. Let them be a subject of meditation. I appreciate the lurk, Jess. It's going loyal. I mean, I can change my mind on a whim if it's funny. So I wouldn't let that affect your betting too much. Although I see it already has. Is no one gonna bet on me winning? It's not a wise bet, to be fair. Alright, let's begin. Let's see what happens this time. And we carry over our stats from the end of the last game, so the Counts have amazing farming and absolutely no economy. The Counts have good military and the Chiefs have good military. The Patricians, you guys are there. You guys are there. Chiefs are godless military. Oh, did I misspell chiefs, Leah? Oops, I do that a lot.
First, let us attend my coronation. Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from King Vimbert, but you must still answer to the council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens at your coronation.
Let's get this over with.
Shall we call the nobles in?
Oh, Sun Tzu did mention the chiefs. That's true. Require that everyone wear black and listen to dreary Eastern music?
Let's see. Or the nobles put on a vast banquet. Vast banquet. Jesus. How was that so hard? I don't want to spend money right off the jump.
Pick anything else, which means you guys are probably going to throw me in the river. My Count romance. Oh, D would have been... Oh, right. I'm gonna blame streamer brain on that. I'm so used to it being like the crown puts on a vast banquet, I literally read the option and then didn't comprehend it. God damn it. This one's really funny, though. Holding with Eastern traditions, you make sure that the coronation is a muted affair. Black clothes, whispered oaths. Solemn music, played on a pipe organ. The chiefs and patricians find it irritating, and the common folk, who'd been expecting a party, find it baffling and depressing. But by Xenia's ashes, tradition is important! The Easterns were fucking nerds. Hey!
Council introductions. Dread Day the 2nd.
Events have proceeded exactly according to plan. The throne is ours. Now just remember our agreement. In all matters of state, you shall favor the East.
I'm queen now. You can't push me around.
I am merely reminding you where your loyalties lie. Now introduce yourself to the rest of the council, but don't forget what I told you today. Good luck in the days ahead, Your Highness. You'll need it dealing with us lot.
And patricians?
A pleasure, Your August Majesty. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign.
King bee. And with that, the introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices. Meanwhile...
What do you think? Will she be a good little queen and do as she's told?
Too early to tell, but I have a bad feeling we should have a backup plan, just in case.
And the path to victory.
Your Majesty, the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless, of course, they prove themselves worthy of the throne they have stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you?
So what do I want to do? I feel like military is a good goal, because we already got some strong military going on.
A warrior queen is sure to be remembered fondly if she wins more battles than she loses. I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving the kingdom's overall military as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty.
Oh my god, I never produced an heir last game! I just realized that. Orm of the Bob Redskull clan, legendary northern prodigy, stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, droning as if in a trance. Is there a nerd in charge of the chiefs?
Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not this imposter, Queen Desdemona. How do we make that happen?
Chiefs, choose your scheme. Raise authority, raise your own military, or lower all faith. You sure did, technically, Leah. The goal is Ragnarok. Raise your own military.
Yeah, that's probably what I would have chosen.
The chiefs plan to make an alliance with the ice giants to take over the kingdom. First, they must not be weak, or the giants won't take their proposal seriously. To advance their scheme, the chiefs must raise their military to 5 or more in 4 seasons. That's so easy. That's so easy. Odon of the Busy Being Leah dynasty, infamous Eastern orator, leans delicately on a podium, sighing. Most excellent. Desdemona now sits the throne, and the counts are in charge, as they should be. But the other regions will already be scheming to depose her. Do we stay loyal to the new queen, or cut our losses and put me on the throne instead? So, the counts can be loyalists, or go for intimidation to raise stability, or uprising to raise the treasury. Yeah, these choices are interesting. Choose quickly. Don't let time choose for you. Oh my god, I have a loyalist faction? This is amazing. Okay, screw the patricians. Wait, how will this work with the... How would this work with the prediction? I mean, I'd probably just give it to the counts, because probably no one's going to vote for me. Yeah, no one is betting on me. That settles it then. Long live the queen. May she bring glory and honor to the east. We can always change our mind. If Desdemona ever gets out of line, we can take up arms and get rid of her the old-fashioned way, even if it's not our usual fare. Puppet Queen, yes. The Count's goal is to aid the Queen by countering the other region's schemes as much as they can. They will win the game if the Queen produces an heir and completes her ambition. However, if defiance gets too high, they can still change their minds and rise up in rebellion. Nestor of the Fox Loves Puppies family, well-known coastal tycoon, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, speaking calmly. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of Queen Desdemona. Something must be done. No one could blame me overtax them. True. They'll be happy to contribute to my coffers. Patricians, you can go for sorcery, monopoly, or conspiracy. Lower the treasury, raise your own trade, or raise authority. They go for monopoly. Which, like, it's not going to be hard to monopolize trade in the kingdom. Our economy's in ruins. The patricians plan to privatize this entire damn kingdom. First, they must build up their industry. To advance their scheme, the patricians must raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Great, so... everyone just auto-wins the first phase, unless I really mess things up. Great! I love being able to bribe you guys. I picked Monarch's Golden Choice. If I can stop hiccuping. Jesus. Oh my god, missing bees again? East, y'all, we need to get a new shtick. Very bribable. Chatter simple creatures. We gotta go for bee memes. Your Majesty, terrible news from the east. The bees have vanished. All the bees? All of them, all across the east. We counts rely on the bees for our honey trade. But worse in the east, bees are bringers of good fortune. We look after them, and they look after us. It's a grim omen indeed if they've deserted us. Our peasants are scared that we've offended the bees somehow. We must track them down. So we can let nature take its course, send messengers to investigate other regions, or ask the peasants if they noticed anything wrong. Chatter magpies. Let's not investigate other regions, but the council can vote for the remaining options as you will. I don't have a strong choice here. Oh, Juggler, make sure you do ! vote A. Unless you're just communicating to the others in your faction. Interesting. Almost universal to just let nature take its course, same as we chose last time. Oh, okay, just communicating. Sorry. I'm, like, terrified that, like, someone is not going to understand how this works. Can you tell by, like, the 800 ways I have, like, type ! join to join the game. Sorry. Bees come and go, let nature take its course. As the eastern beehives languish empty, eastern peasants start sewing bee emblems onto their shirts in a vain effort to bring them back. Still, other nobles profit from the situation. The counts had quite the monopoly on honey, and this has given them the chance to get in on the market. Fear grows more and more among the counts, who complain that the crown cares nothing for their troubles. We do love some chaos. What invitation from the east? Without a word, Comte Juglier hands you a blood-red envelope. It is sealed with white wax in the shape of a skull. Inside is a beautifully written invitation to an event called the Crimson Vigil, due to take place on an autumn night later in the year. What is this all about? I can say no more. You must choose whether to accept our invitation or to decline it. I choose chaos. I suppose I shall attend this event, whatever it is. I will see you next at the vigil, Your Majesty. It's trying not to be edgy, challenge level impossible. Yeah, but they put me on the throne. Surely they wouldn't kill me again, River. Surely. Anyway, the Honor Guard. As is tradition, each region offers a selection of the elite guards, the chiefs with their most famous warrior heroes, the council with knights of the Order of the Drowned Rose, and the patricians offer their greatest gladiators, champions of the arena. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and the other region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. The Queen knows better than anyone that our knights will keep her safe from danger and from improper grammar. Tell me about the Eastern Knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. Tell me about the Northern Warriors. Sometimes. Bearded oafs with axes and no manners, they'll get drunk and cause trouble in the palace. No discipline at all, and I can't guarantee they won't run off on some random quest. But they're honorable and in a fight unbeatable. Tell me about the Coastal Gladiators. A gang of lowborn crooks who've turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? What foreign mercenaries do you suggest? A band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners will betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. The mercenaries do look awesome. I have made my decision. The foreign mercenaries do lower authority. But, like, counts you guys are literally choosing to be loyal, so this seems like the correct choice. Last honor guard you had died. No, they just fell down a wacky Scooby-Doo trap. They probably landed on an oversized pile of hay and then scratched their heads and looked up at the ceiling. Surely you don't need one. About that, I mean, honor guards do seem remarkably ineffective in this game, but Eastern Knights. I'll make the arrangements at once. The knights arrive a few weeks later. They are all extremely pale and extremely polite. The commander introduces herself with a florid bow before reading out a poem she's written for the occasion. The chiefs and the patricians are already kind of mad. But now it's time for auction! Those of you who were here last time, your wealth carries over. So, bid on whatever building you want. Versus red and violets or blue. We'll make sure no one kills you. Great. You just hired basement dwellers who would never betray you. Exactly. Nothing will go wrong with this. Early leads go to the Grand Bazaar for trade and a fortress for more military. Big swings coming in. Vampires and the king. Oh, library maybe trying to squeak in there? Maybe. 20 seconds remain. Frenzied last-minute bidding. The Grand Bazaar seems nearly unassailable.
The Grand Bazaar's probably unbeatable. The library making a last-minute push. Oh! Library beats out the fortress at the last second, I believe. The library gets built, as does the Grand Bazaar. Stability of the kingdom is important. It's true. Oh, yeah, what the hell is the Crimson Vigil about? I gotta see how this goes. The Crimson Vigil takes place in a bleak castle atop an eastern hill. Your journey takes weeks and your baggage train keeps getting stuck in bogs. Guests at the Crimson Vigil compete on who can dress in the most ghoulish and frightening costume. What did you dress as? A demon with horns, cloven hooves, and red skin. The red dye makes your skin itch, and your hoof-like shoes are difficult to move around in. But you strike a startling figure. Going to Holland. As you're assessing your appearance, Comte Juglier sweeps in, dressed as a living corpse.
Welcome, welcome. I see you are dressed as one of the servants of the seventh god. How delightfully blasphemous. Of course, as an Easterner yourself, you already know that the dungeons are out of bounds. In the ballroom, you find the counts gathered, all dressed up as frightening monsters, wolfmen, pumpkinheads, witches. A waiter glides past, holding a tray of... I don't know how to pronounce that word. A pianist plays a mournful tune. The Crimson Vigil begins at midnight. What role will you take, a mourner, or are you willing to portray a hound of the betrayer?
That sounds awesome. I'll be one of the hounds of the betrayer, thanks.
The counts gather, after Comte Juglier delivers a short speech about remembering the old ways. A flaming crown is placed upon their head.
I will be playing the Queen in Exile this evening. The hounds of the betrayer will try to catch me, but fear not. I am swift as a falling star and old as the hills.
Chase after the Queen in Exile. Juglier runs down the corridor, flames licking behind them, and you give chase. A dozen other hounds of the betrayer run alongside you, howling and yipping enthusiastically. This is the oldest fucking guy. Somehow, despite the silly costume and massive flaming hat, Juglier is quick on their feet. Catching them won't be easy.
Give chase!
Despite your stupid cloven hooves slowing you down, you grab hold of Juglier and drag them back to the circle of mourners. Con-a-pay. Huh. Okay. The ceremony concludes with a mock execution, and a bottle of very expensive red wine spilled over Juglier's head. The Queen in Exile's capture is a bad omen, of course, but as a hound you were duty-bound to try your best. My authority is now commanding. After that, the music is more cheerful. The counts dance and chat long into the night. At dawn, you board your carriage and begin the long journey back to the capital. It's nice to enjoy these traditional Eastern pursuits. We have little time for this back in the capital. Oh god, what's going on with the bees? I mean, I think we know it's the same as last time. Having ignored the bee troubles in the east, you've practically forgotten about the situation, until Lady Patrician Foxlove's puppy stamps in, her face swollen and covered in stings. Why, thank you, Count. It was a difficult chase. You played your role admirably. Yes. But I am keeping an eye on it. We have a little time yet. But thank you for the reminder. Aren't you enjoying the honey? That's not how beekeeping works, Your Esteemed Highness. These bees aren't making honey, they're flying around and stinging my laborers. It's terrible. By the ninth, those bees must be destroyed. No one dares to go outside. Our markets are ruined.
Seventh, take us. These bees are our livelihood. If they're killed, they'll bring bad luck to all of us.
Yeah, pre-roll would be the problem.
Welcome, Xenobiax. Then you should have taken better care of them, shouldn't you? So we can destroy the bees on the coast, focus on luring the bees back to the east, or get the church to help heal the peasants. What's pre-roll? Not like joint pre-roll, Jesus. I actually think we need to throw the patricians a bone here, but I don't care enough to bribe you guys. Council, vote for whichever you wish.
Pray the bees. Oh, wow, that was close. Pray the bees away. 5 nobles and the monarch voted for destroy the bees on the coast. Chaos. Many counts are furious, as are their peasants. The killing of bees will only bring bad fortune, and no one wants that on their head. Still, the patricians are quick to praise your decisive action. You wait to decide exactly how to proceed. Not the bees! Ah, they're in my eyes! Ah! Love me that Nick Cage film. We have trade, we don't need bees.
Your Majesty, it's important you find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference, men, women, or do you not mind?
What if I'm not interested in love?
Are you sure, Your Majesty? The nobles will be most upset. Surely it behooves you to look at some options.
Okay, I guess. Like, some people are already mad. I gotta watch my defiance.
Any. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's an easy enough decision. You'll marry into the counts as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, tax time. Chiefs could use a bribe to make them less angry. Counts will contribute for the good of the kingdom. Patricians.
Sir, you work for us. And so, like, my money is basically your money. So poor, Molly. So very poor. Mm-hmm. And you're about to be poorer. And the patricians, you know, you guys got all that trade. You can afford just a little tax. Just a little tax as a treat. Just a little smidgen of a tax, you know. Just a little bit. I have negative money. Yeah, we have multiple broke nobles. I need to start doing the stimulus check law to give chat some money to play with. The patricians have no army to rebel with. Exactly. Exactly. You're getting it, Apoth. Okay. Yeah, let me get through one event, and then I'll take a quick break, roll ads to kill pre-roll for anyone coming in. We own all the trade. They grow backbone. Maybe they can be undertaxed. Let's see what happened with destroying the bees. Lady Patrician Foxlove's puppies arrives at the council session in disarray, still covered in bee stings.
Your August Majesty, we must deal with this bee menace quickly. The horrible little creatures are stinging their soldiers half to death.
We can seek out a magical defense, consult a wizard on the matter, or manufacture equipment to smoke out the bees and poison them. Hashtag deserved. Welcome, Spirax. I mean, consulting a wizard seems like a smart move. Or we could gamble on trade. That's probably going to work. And it's also gambling. Stimulus check says C, but the council may vote as it wishes. Let's go gambling! Yeah, can't lose. 70% is basically 100%, right? I probably should have saved the bribe for one that I wanted to sway more later, but whatever. I'm sure I will never regret this decision. The entire kingdom says manufacture equipment to smoke out the bees and poison them. Foxlove's puppies hurries away to purchase a bellows and poison, but a mix-up results in her buying something poisonous to humans as well as the bees. Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! Trade challenge failed. Some patricians' wealth has decreased. Soon the coastal lands are littered with dead bees crunching underfoot, but also farmers take to their beds in agony. It takes a long time for them to recover. The patricians' farming is now even worse. Amazing. 10 out of 10. No notes. Good work, everyone. Before we move on to the next, I'm gonna run some ads to kill pre-roll. Don't worry, you will not miss anything. I'm just gonna... Oh my god, my water is almost gone from all the talking I've been doing. Yeah, I'm gonna refill my water to continue fueling my yapping, so feel free to get up and stretch. Be back in a few minutes. Alrighty, I return. Not gonna resume the game just yet, as I gotta wait for ads to time out, so if you're hearing me, thank you for subscribing, using Twitch Turbo, watching the VOD, or engaging in digital sorcery to dodge Twitch ads. I certainly can't blame you, they're fucking annoying. I just keep them as a gentle push to like, hey, would you maybe subscribe and give me some money? I'll be straight up about it. Because every bit helps when I have a $4,000 medical bill that I keep putting off. Oops. Anyway. I'm looking forward to this weekend, because, the week of work was annoying and kind of sucked. And I got all my adulting done. Yesterday and Wednesday. I did have to cancel stream on Wednesday, but I used it to get some stuff done that I usually, like, hustle and get done on Saturdays before stream. So I'll just be in total relaxation mode before we go into total chaos tomorrow for Shuffle Machine, where I just let pure RNG rule the day. Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone was able to stretch, use the restroom, what have ya. Let us continue with... Industries collapsing. More good news for my loyalist counts.
Your Majesty, mass unemployment and unrest have arisen in the East. Businesses going bankrupt, mills shutting down. People are calling it a Great Depression because it's making everyone miserable.
Yes, my investments have all gone up in smoke. It's the same for all the other counts. We must find a way to lift the East out of poverty.
Some counts' wealth has decreased. Awkward. Oh, so we can do a government bailout. We can provide jobs digging ditches and building road. Oh, we can do New Deal. Mass unemployment, easy fix, turn them into soldiers, or tell the peasants to stop buying so much turnip toast. Incredible, incredible. Man, I like several of these. Oh, hey, chat tracker died. Great. Sorry, didn't mean to ignore anybody. Let me get caught up. Oh, welcome, Evil Nun. Still a minute. Had a crazy week.
My money is already gone, yeah. Yeah, military is the most tempting to me, or just do, like, New Deal. What I don't want to do is nothing, so I think I veto D. The council can pick whichever other option it wishes. There's literally no downside to D. I disagree. Yeah, let's go gambling. Or we do government bailout. Wow, I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect the council to be so enthusiastic, or at least the patricians and counts, to be so into bailing out the businesses. Well, I guess it does boost trade, but that should just boost, like, counts trade, I assume? Question mark? You order the Treasury's vast gold reserves be devoted to this unprecedented crisis. You didn't expect me to vote to bail me out? Yeah, I guess that was kind of stupid when I think about it for 2 seconds. Merchants stop frantically destroying their records. Industries open their doors once more. Across the east, the counts breathe a collective sigh of relief. So trade is now struggling. Counts get some wealth. Defiance goes down. Stability is now civil. Everyone wins. Now let me look at those available marriage options. I have found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. And a partner for life, to have and to hold, don't forget. Indeed, your majesty. Chancellor leads, let's see the eligible candidates. They whisk away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Oddfin, firstborn son of the northern Xenoviax clan. He's your typical northern lad, big, brawny, and honest. In the same way an axe to the face is honest. Despite that, he's clearly got some brains. He's an avid reader with a vast library. People say he nurses a grudge, though. Not so interested. This is Senya, the eldest daughter of the Eastern Evil Nun 99 dynasty. I'm not sure what the artist made her look so severe. Just a trick of the light, perhaps. Bald, yes. A very pious young lady. She's obsessed with her family's legacy. Don't see what all the fuss is about, personally. Looking respectful. Jesus, Leah. And finally, from the coast, we have Dominica, the wealthy heiress to Lord Patrician Quiz Manny's estate. I mean, just look at her. She's gorgeous. Apparently she's got a silver tongue, too. Her interests are typical of the coast. Money, 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 and making more of it. The common folk call her skinflint, though, and worse things. I do like the sound of her. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you'll gain a lifelong alliance. I have made my decision. Wait, I can refuse to marry any of them. You know, from Deadpool and Wolverine as a candidate. Yeah, I'm going for Money Lady. I'm going for Money Lady. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. Alright, as the season comes to a close. Oh man, I can do stop the count. The boat will automatically close once the timer is over. That feels a little mean to chat, though, with the delay. Royal Gamble is interesting, but I feel like that can easily be used to punish me. I like Monarch's Iron Choice. Let me replace Monarch's Vote with Monarch's Iron Choice. On the off chance it ever gets me something. Bribery, but mean. It's gambling. True. Screaming Nightmares? What's going on here? Night after night, you suffer horrible nightmares. Every time, indistinct golden-eyed people shriek in agony, leaving you waking up choking for breath. The effects of the nightmares creep into your waking life. The lack of sleep makes you stumble over your words during council meeting. When you fall asleep during dinner, the Chancellor politely taps your arm. Your Majesty, we're all a little concerned. You haven't been yourself for some time. Just need a little nap.
With respect, I think we need more than that. The servants have noticed you've been waking up screaming. It's only a matter of time before the nobles realize something's up.
It started after we destroyed the bees in the coast.
I'm no expert, but bees are tricky. Old tales describe them appearing in dreams. Perhaps you could try to apologize?
Murdering your predecessor gives you nightmares. No, it's definitely the bees. This is definitely it. Never mind the fact that I'm haunted by King Vimbert with no eyes in his face and his eye sockets leaking blood, screaming, "You killed me." It's definitely the bees. Definitely the bees. Later that night, you fall asleep as usual. Once again, the terrible screams surround you, driving into your skull. I'm sorry, bees. You put your hands over your ears to block out the screaming, then speak. I didn't want to hurt your friends. Slowly, painfully, the screaming fades. When you wake, your bedchamber is filled with a cloud of buzzing bees. Soon they're flying all through the palace. Where did that bee amulet go, right? Servants scream and rumors spread about what happened that night, no matter what you do. But the farmlands across the kingdom flourish, and you suffer your nightmares no more. A boon to farming across the entire kingdom, though my authority is now bad. Traded it for Pokemon cards. Bankruptcy looms.
The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness.
What do you suggest we do? Could get a bank loan, sell the crown jewels, crack open tombs. Or I can debase the currency again. I could just keep tanking my authority and sell off royal jewelry to wealthier nobles. Yeah, let's sell off some of the royal jewelry. You auction off dozens of necklaces, 5 gold rings, and a jeweled scepter to the nobles. It is a humiliating affair. Selling off symbols of power makes you look weak and desperate.
Oh, look at this. Fetching, isn't it? Don't mind if I do.
Hey, check out this scepter. It's like I'm the queen. Debase the currency, make sure you save at least 8k. That didn't save me last time. It really didn't. But the royal wedding. Your wedding to Dominica is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. Feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Dominica at your side. Says being Lex. Do you take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Then I pronounce you queen and wife. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast. And after the feast, a dance. Your new wife, Dominica, laps up the attention, delivering a witty speech in which she flatters you outrageously. Everyone liked that. Stability is better. Authority is better. Imbecile. By the time you find yourself alone with Dominica, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired.
You danced so very beautifully. It was such a wonderful day, wasn't it?
Even in matters of love, we must be tactical. Sun Tzu, what say you? If a secret piece of news is divulged by a spy before the time is ripe, he must be put to death, together with the man to whom the secret was told. Whether the object be to crush an army, to storm a city, or to assassinate an individual, it is always necessary to begin by finding out the names of the attendants, the aides-de-camp, and doorkeepers and sentries of the general in command. Our spies must be commissioned to ascertain these. The enemy spies who have come to spy on us must be sought out, tempted with bribes, led away and comfortably housed. Thus they will become converted spies and available for our service. This being part of the Genesis. I agree with her. You endure a long conversation in which Dominica seems determined to flatter you relentlessly and agree with everything you say. By night's end, you still don't know who Dominica really is. Her real personality is concealed beneath 100 layers of etiquette. You go to your separate bedchambers, still strangers. Depressing. Oh god. Far to the north, where snow blankets the landscape and wolves howl in the night, The chiefs plot to bring about the end of the world. Ragnarok.
Praise Morgana. Initial talks with the ice giants are going so well that they've gifted us a new patch of fertile land in the northern valleys. A boon to farming for the north.
The gods are good. With luck, this will be the foundation of an alliance strong enough to rock the world.
Aye, the ice giants are a formidable ally. Tall as a building and limbs like tree trunks. Those southerners don't know how to fight them like we do. But first, we must offer something the giants desire.
My goals are to increase military. A whole kingdom's worth of pillage?
Brock Sampson.
Nah, Brock Sampson's a little more deliberate. A little more slow in his talk, I would say. But it's similar.
Just what I was thinking. If we fill the kingdom with bountiful goods and plunder, the giants won't be able to resist.
I don't know, Juglier. The game hasn't told me. But I'm assuming, like, 17 total is pretty good. I just need to, like, fund the shit out of some, like, JROTC or something in the along the coast. Like, the goddamn hippies are on the coast are not joining the army. Oh, wait, I can? Over the crown on military. It is not... So I can see the chief's goal. It did say that they would talk to me about my goal after my heir. But, yeah. For the next stage of the chief's scheme, they must raise other regions' trade to a combined total of 12 or more in 2 seasons. We need anime waifus at every coast high school. In a dingy seaside tavern, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Oh yeah, they're great. They're great.
The coast's economy has never been better. We're making more money than I know what to do with. Money breeds money. I made a series of investments to improve our profits even more.
Thank you for the follow.
But what do we do with all the rest of this gold? Time to start buying things, of course. Land, roads, bridges. We'll buy up the whole kingdom, piece by piece. But first, the queen must be in desperate need of our gold.
Well, that's kind of already the case. To advance their scheme, the patricians must lower the treasury to 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. Well, shit. Okay, so... Oh boy, the patricians are, like, already there if I don't take action. It's time for some taxes, y'all. And, let's see, the chiefs only need to raise trade by 1. Man. Brutal. Oh, there's a spot of heresy, there's an invitation, and there's a helping hand. 1 whole trade. Yup. What's this spot of heresy? Just a bit of heresy.
Your Highness, I'm stunned, outraged, and incensed. I've been summoned to trial by the Inquisition on some nonsense, fabricated charge.
Where the Count's military promised not to raise trade. Intriguing.
They're saying a group of church missionaries went missing near my lands. Well, there's cold around there. Anything could have happened to them.
The old king couldn't handle money.
Shush! No one dares defend me on their own. They're too scared of the High Inquisitor. The trial is set, but the Council must intervene, Your Highness.
Though she remains silent, the Council is keenly aware of the High Inquisitor's steely gaze from across the chamber. So we can search for a witness to defend CJ, help the Inquisition gather evidence against CJ, or suggest we send thoughts and prayers. Stability could make for relatively safe Gamba. But vote as you will, Council. The patricians are all about the power of prayer. You know, positive thinking. It's how they built their business empire. It's for the good of the kingdom. Oh, we are in a deadlock in these final few seconds. Oh, prayer might win. Prayer takes the day with last-minute votes for C.
Voting is closed.
Oh,
During the trial, CJ the Grand Hunter crumbles and confesses to being responsible for the death of the missionaries. Their bodies are found hidden in the cellars. Stability goes down by 2, the North becomes a little more defiant, and faith can't go any lower for the North. Negative faith. Unsmiling, the High Inquisitor gives the order. By the end of the day, CJ the Grand Hunter has been put to death. Chief CJ the Grand Hunter has died. CJ the Grand Hunter II has joined the council. Sir, please be lucky, that was 50-50. Lost the coin flip. I tried to weigh things the other way. Oh well. Perhaps we can get a helping hand on the coast.
Desdemona, I had something I wanted to ask of you.
What can I do for you, wife?
As you surely know, I run a very successful jewelers guild back home on the coast.
You believe the God Spurs might have saved you?
The current laws are a little restrictive for my trade, lots of tariffs and regulations, you know how it is. I was hoping you could push for some changes to the council, eliminate some of the import duties on Ateshi jewels, perhaps.
That's corruption, plain and simple.
I wouldn't call it that, it's just a helping hand, that's all. Our workers would surely thank you for it.
No, I am a woman of principle. Yeah, increased trade is bad. I messed up, but I always deal with consequences. Forget it.
Very well, apologies for taking up your time.
She sighs and withdraws. For the next week, she sleeps and takes her meals in another wing of the palace. Oof. Wow, I got to bypass the council entirely by doing that. Your Majesty, that's your wife? Yeah, it's fine. Wife bad, am I right? Am I right? She'll get over it. We have an invitation from the north.
Your Majesty, this year we'll be holding the Winter Feast in my clan hall. It would be an honor if you could attend.
I look forward to it. Lesbian boomer hates her wife, right?
Ha! I can't wait. Winter Feast is a special time of year. You'll see.
Ominous. Will it be as good as like the Halloween party that the counts had? Deep in the back rooms of the royal palace, the eastern counts are poring over secret letters and scribbled diagrams. On the wall is a corkboard filled with pins and crisscrossed by colored string.
The queen didn't marry Xenia, but at least she married someone. Now she just needs to get on with finding an heir.
Indeed, the clock is ticking. The chiefs are calling up all their most famous heroes for a moot in the north. No one knows what for, but it's got to be big.
Then we've got to keep up our efforts. Queen Desdemona isn't going anywhere on our watch.
The counts must continue to aid the queen by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the queen produces an heir and completes her ambition. And now it's auction time! Oh my god. The North is so goddamned rich. How did this happen? Oh right, I bribed them because they were getting angry, and they have a good military. I know I keep bribing them, but their military's scary. I'm doing my best. Anyway, chiefs, go ahead and just run this. I don't think anyone can stop you. Who knew that you were screwing yourself over? Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I am not perhaps the greatest queen. So far, the Thieves Guild and the Theater are in the lead. The patricians voting to tank their own trade. Yeah, I should be going for a while longer, Silvar. So feel free to join if you want. I set up the thing, so if you just type !join, you'll join one of the sides. Oh, the Grand Bazaar... Wait, the Grand Bazaar and the Thieves Guild are both getting funded? So just nothing would happen? Incredible. Incredible. So trade increases for the
patricians and then lowers. Amazing. Let's get my heir sorted out. Your marriage to Dominica is already a disaster. She can't stand the sight of you. When you are in the same room, it somehow always ends in an argument and a slammed door. The last thing on your mind is procuring an heir, but the needs of the kingdom must prevail. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair, but something's still missing. You need an heir. You need someone young, whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. I'm pretty sure I have a bastard lying around somewhere. The church won't be happy, but they're just as keen to avoid a civil war as we are. They'll legitimize the bastard without much fuss. I'll meet with the archbishop tomorrow. Screw the church. Just a random bastard. Surely they will not have more overall designs. What is a tempting offer?
Your Majesties, it's come to my attention that across the kingdom there are all manner of roads, bridges, walls, canals. And what do they all have in common?
Infrastructure. They're all infrastructure.
Astutely observed, Your Supreme Majesty, and yet they make you no money. I am willing to take them off your hands, saving you the cost of upkeep, and pay you handsomely in return. Ask your treasurer, it makes perfect financial sense.
What do you make of a treasurer?
The treasury is not exactly looking healthy, and this would be a welcome cash injection. I can't work out why the patricians would be this helpful. It's suspicious. Perhaps we should call a council vote?
Oh. So we can make roads and bridges pay for their own upkeep by charging tolls, enact a law to prevent the patricians from buying public property? Or there's no reason to take any drastic action? What could go wrong by privatizing the roads? And you get money by doing it. This is not corruption. That thing my wife wanted me to do, that was corruption. That was corruption. This is just good business. If these roads and bridges can pay for themselves, then surely we won't need to sell them off. That's the logic. Unfortunately, in practice, it makes everyone extremely angry. Soon, nobles and peasants alike are calling for your head on a spike. Everyone gets angrier, stability lowers. Chiefs could do a stab. As usual, Dominica has spent the day in her office, as far away from you as the palace walls allow. But after you've eaten your separate dinners, she strolls in wearing an obviously fake smile. Ugh, what do you want, wife?
I've endured this so-called marriage as long as I could bear, but I simply can't do it anymore. Your Serene Highness, it's time we part ways. I want a divorce.
Thank the ninth. Now we can stop pretending. Wife bad.
Pretending? Depths below. If you've been pretending, you haven't been doing it very well.
Well, oh! I did not realize you were streaming. Thank you, Silvar. How's it going, man? Were you playing Baldur's Gate? How goes that? Thank you for the resub, man.
My own homeland, the coast, is a disaster. The soldiers can barely complete their drills and their armor's falling apart.
If you're coming in from Silvar, you probably know me, but my name's Vimbert. I do a lot of different stuff. Right now, we are playing King of the Castle, where you can join as a noble who's probably going to plot to overthrow me. Big dumb and forgot today was the 24th. There was an event. I did a ping on my server, which you're on.
I don't know what else I can do, Silvar.
Horrible queen, horrible wife. Pretty much.
You're supposed to be doing good things for my people, not abandoning them. You didn't even lift a finger to help the coastal merchants when they were in need. This was never going to work. It's over now for good or ill. Called for the Archbishop to witness the divorce ceremony.
Yes, well, good evening, Your Majesty. I know this is awkward, but I'll ensure it all goes as smoothly as possible.
Does the Archbishop ever make things less awkward?
I live to serve, Your Majesty.
All right, let's get this done, Your Serene Highness.
You can't divorce me. I'm divorcing you.
Very well, you are now divorced in the eyes of the kingdom.
That's it?
Queen Consort Dominica wanted this done efficiently.
Yeah, achievement noise. Soon Dominica is ready to leave.
It's a pity it ended up this way, but it's probably better in the long run, isn't it?
And she's gone, leaving you in the palace with no one but your honor guard, your huge household of servants, the palace watch, and inner circle of advisors.
Practically alone.
We'll pay with free water. Oh boy, stability and authority are now very bad. Word quickly gets out. The kingdom is shaken by the news. In the capital and beyond, everyone's gossiping about what happened.
Depths below, Your August Majesty, you rejected my dear Dominica. My own blood, this is an outrage!
Actually, she divorced me.
That's not the point! I and my fellow patricians worked hard to put a dowry together for poor Dominica, tailor her outfit, prepare the feast.
Please get that shit together. Yeah.
Now that the marriage is dissolved, I petition the Queen to refund the cost of the wedding.
Oh my god. Well, I'm not refunding the cost of the wedding. The council can vote for the other two options. No, there are no refunds, patricians. You should have read the fine print on the marriage contract. I abstain. Ooh, council pretty evenly split. Few seconds remain to make your voices heard. Seems like people want to do something for the patricians. Very well. We shall hand over the capital's best farm animals as an alternative gift. The lush fields surrounding the capital are bountiful, and the Chancellor soon arranges for the rarest breeds of cattle and sheep to be transported to the coast. Although Quizmanny's pride is still hurt, the others accept the gift gratefully. Farming increases for the patricians. Meanwhile, Quizmanny is forced to put up Dominica in his estate, which turns out to be a great expense. I see this as an absolute win. No downsides whatsoever. Wife bad. Back in the north, Chief CJ the Grand Hunter II is hosting yet another feast at their clan hall. Not everyone is in the mood for celebrating, however.
No developments, I'm afraid. The Giants aren't willing to commit. Not yet, anyway.
What's the problem? They leave their brains in the ice queeves again, or are they too scared to take on a measly queen?
Nay, not enough plunder. Must make the other regions bigger, juicier targets.
Aside from my 2 authority and stability, yeah, it's not good. The chief's aim is to raise all other regions' combined trade to 12 or more. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme.
The thrice-cursed queen is still refusing to sell us any public land.
I literally just well, I guess no, I turned them into toll roads.
It makes sense. The treasury's not exactly suffering right now. Patience, my friend. Let's bide our time until the queen's gold runs out.
The patrician's aim is to lower the treasury to 1,500 or less. And tax time. See, I think... tax the chiefs. They do have a lot of money, but their defiance is really high. What's wrong, Liege? Not feeling bribey? Not so much. No. Why don't I give a stimulus to loyalists? And patricians, none of you can stop me. So cruel tax for you as well. Defiance is too high, and one or more regions is considering rebellion. Rebelling will stop the region from advancing their scheme, and they can't be taxed or take part in normal votes. That is an option for 2/3 of the country. It's fine. I can turn this around. Let's quickly go to Winterfeast. Since you were invited to Winterfeast, your relationship with the chiefs has deteriorated significantly. It's safe to assume that you're no longer welcome in the north. Oh. Okay. The rest of the country is in rebellion. Okay. This is fine. What's going on with counterfeit currency?
The coast has been prosperous of late, but my tax collectors are reporting suspicious coins in the latest takings. The whole region is awash with fake money. The council needs to act.
So wait, is this just the counts now? Let's see, we can just tell everyone in the coast. Invent a new coin that's harder to counterfeit? I mean, since everyone's rebelling anyway, let's see if we can up stability. Those are counts. You get to vote. Everyone else is... Oh! Patricians are not rebelling yet? Okay. So it's only the chiefs that are... Wait, the chief... Okay, I'm confused. How does rebellion affect votes? Because I thought it was just going to be the counts. Oh, like the rebellion hasn't actually started yet. I see. Huh. Offer a substantial reward if the counterfeiters are caught. Over the next few weeks, bounty hunters root out counterfeiters in cellars, hideouts, and back rooms across the coast. More than 100 forgers face the noose. All those bounties are eye-wateringly expensive, of course, but public trust in your currency soars. Controversy erupts when it reveals that one of the counterfeiting rings is led by Lady Patrician... Maggie? Maggie? Rebellion event hasn't fired yet. Okay, starting the next season. Of course, her fake gold is confiscated at once.
I'm sorry, I just needed a little extra cash.
Ooh, and I recoup the cost of the bounties. Excellent. Y'all are rebelling anyway. You get to hang.
Hang me like a common peasant? At least grant me the dignity of the axe.
But Lady Patrician Maggie is led away to meet the noose. Lady Patrician Maggie has died. Maggie II has joined the council. Oh, so much rebellion. Wait, what about a laughingstock? They talking about me?
Your Majesty, the acclaimed playwright Reginald Chickensteel has written another smash hit. All the theaters in the capital are showing it nightly.
What's the problem?
The problem is that the new play features a character obviously based on you.
How am I portrayed?
The character is played by a professional clown named Biffo. At one point, a bucket of custard is upended over her head as she sits on the throne. Your Highness, peasants and nobles alike are watching this play. The theaters are packed. You must put a stop to it. You simply cannot be known as Queen Biffo.
What if I just power move and attend the play myself? What if I attend the play myself? Go for just pure chaos. Fuck it, I'm Queen Biffo. A shocked silence falls in the theater as heralds announce your arrival. You wave from the royal box as the actors stare up at you, clearly horrified. What are you waiting for? The play begins. Soon enough, the clown queen arrives on stage. comedically tripping on her own robes. They somehow found an actor who looks just like you. Endless humiliations are heaped on this honking, squeaking parody. Finally, the play concludes with the custard-drenched queen handing her crown to the deserving hero. All eyes turn to you. How do you react? Climb onto the stage and then kill everyone. The actors shrink away from you. The audience are deadly silent. Everyone's terrified of what you'll do next. Everyone's under arrest! The Palace Watch wade into the audience, grabbing people and binding their hands behind their backs. Several escape through the windows, but soon enough you have hundreds under arrest. My authority is now commanding. Stability is now turbulent, but whatever. The secret police will take care of it. After that, the play is never shown again, and you're forced to expand your dungeons significantly. Oh no, how terrible! Oh my, does that mean that your little rebellions can't take place? Excellent work, secret police. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. Huh. Okay, nobles must vote for their least favorite option, and the option with the least votes will pass. I really like the idea of swing votes. But I really like... let me swap out Iron Choice, because my authority is now pretty good. 6 separate Tyrannus. No. I'm a loving tyrant. I do it for good reasons. I'm a hero. But what's this panic in the council about? Is it because everyone keeps dying and I'm arresting everyone who says mean things about me and taking away their blue check marks? On the rebel side, no matter the reason, chaotic soul. You will need to at least do !join first, Mystic, just to be part of the faction, just so you know. But enjoy your lurk. Your Majesty, I bring bad news from the east. We are receiving reports of...
Oh shit! There's Silvar. I'm sure your news can wait. I bring urgent tidings from the north that demand the Queen's attention at once.
Wait your turn, you ignorant dolt. Why don't you settle the quarrel outside? Meanwhile, I have news from the coast that really is urgent.
Let's go, Tyrant. Shut up.
The Eastern courts are corrupt, Your Grace. Judges are letting off the vilest criminals in return for the slightest bit of coin.
Silkier voice than that. I can't imitate a Silvar. I've listened to Silvar so much, but I can't do a good Silvar imitation for some reason.
Is that all? By Odheld's horn, the north is increasingly lawless, Your Highness. Some chiefs have taken advantage, declaring themselves independent of your rule.
How's that? Better?
My news is worse still. The industries of the coast are in grave danger. The workers are striking to demand fewer hours and higher pay.
All these problems have arisen because the kingdom is increasingly unstable, Your Majesty. Something must be done.
What do you suggest, Chancellor? It needs to sound more Northern Barbarian. Fair.
Unfortunately, we lack the resources to tackle all these problems at once. We must vote on which matter to prioritize.
So we can reform the Eastern courts. So all these boost stability. Okay. So Eastern courts would reduce trade. Breaking up strikes would... Ooh. Man, like, all of these are good. Ooh, reducing trade. Reducing military is bad. And I don't want that. So long as I can prevent a rebellion. Why does everyone want A? You know what? I'm gonna go total chaos. Swing votes. You can change your vote after you vote.
Because all of these boost stability, and a lot of them lower trade, which is good. It's so interesting to see the nobles from other regions vote for other region stuff. I'm sure there's something here I'm not seeing, but... The corrupt Eastern judges are stubborn. When you try to remove them from their posts, they retaliate by enforcing all the old forgotten laws that everyone had agreed to ignore. Suddenly, merchants are legally required to wear blindfolds on weekends, and every coin must be passed under the nose of a cat before it's spent. Trade grinds to a halt. Once the stupid old laws are repealed, you enact crucial legal reforms. No more corruption in the East, or at least less of it. The crisis in the East has been quashed, making the kingdom as a whole slightly more stable, but the nobles of other regions feel that you're ignoring their problems. Damn it. Well, I didn't realize it would go up that much. Okay, what's going on with a powerful storm?
Terrible storm has struck the north. Unfortunately, many houses have been swept away, and the floods and the roads are totally impassable.
Farming and trade drop for the north. We can spare no expense in rebuilding what was lost. We can send extra troops from the east to clear the roads. The north will have to fend for itself. Ask the church to lead relief efforts. You know, we need to spare no expense. We gotta help the north out. And, you know, lower you guys' defiance. And if you vote A, you get money. Now the patricians like it. It's our independence and we won't be defiant. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. With overwhelming support from everyone but the chiefs themselves, we will spare no expense in rebuilding what was lost. Listen to anytime you line my pockets. This is why I love the monarch's golden choice. Because everyone loves money. Gold flows from your treasury like water from a burst dam. In no time at all, the North's roads have been repaired and its houses rebuilt. And if money could bring back the dead, you'd have done that too. So, defiance lowers, stability is now stable, North gets a little more trade and farming back. We're not rebelling. No, the patricians are not going to rebel with your military of 2. Not so much. Treasury is a little spooky, but oh well. What's going on with the contested wreck in the north? I feel like it has to, Ripper. Yeah, I know it lowered my treasury. It's fine.
An opportunity, your greatness. A Kurth ship sunk last week just off our coast. I request permission to salvage the wreckage. Kurth vessels are always full of valuable things.
Wait. It might be off your coast, but it's in our waters by the 9th. In fact, it's closer to our city of Hythos than any of yours.
But you ceded those waters years ago in exchange for a chest of silver. You were having money problems. Your Majesty, esteemed council, don't let this liar fool you.
Salvage the ship but return any bounty to Kurth? Fuck that. Or we can leave the wreck alone. I mean, giving up money is not happening. You can pick anything else. So far, the patricians have a faint edge. The North stands alone. Oh, but perhaps? Nope. The patricians get the salvage rights. Yeah, this is probably going to raise defiance again, isn't it?
What? But it's in our waters.
Yeah, okay, raise defiance. Move over, the council's word is final, isn't it?
But the operation doesn't ever get off the ground, so to speak. The reefs where the ship sank are dangerous and full of sharks. After dozens of divers go missing and are presumed eaten, the whole thing is called off. Military is now pathetic for the patricians. Patricians just cannot stop taking L's. My god. Alright, let's end the season. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, two patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme.
To what do I owe this pleasure, Madame Treasurer? Oh, give it a rest. You know why I'm here. Let's just hurry this up, shall we? Where do I sign? Here, and here, and here. There you go. You've got what you wanted. Of course. Goodbye, Madame Treasurer. Do my eyes deceive me? Was that the royal treasurer you were speaking with? Indeed, my friend. Good news. With the Queen's gold running out, the treasurer was willing to sell off the kingdom's roads and bridges. Soon this kingdom will be ours, but what will we do when we own everything?
You can turn the Queen into our proud corporate mascot by raising stability, or lowering authority by extracting wealth from the kingdom until it collapses. Patricians, vote for your scheme. Literally bought a bridge. Proud corporate mascot is so goddamn funny. But the choice, the preference for the patricians seems clear. I respect it, River. I respect it.
We've invested a lot of money in this kingdom. It's about time we started turning a profit. What about the Queen? Won't she try to stop us? The key word there, my friend, is try.
For the final stage of the patrician scheme, they must lower authority to 4 or less. I know, Dread. Unthinkable. Low trade, high authority. That's the Count's goal. Yep. Yep. Other regions trade to at least 12, so the North needs like 3 more trade. And then if I just... Okay. Okay, this is manageable, but we might start seeing some rebellions. Oh. Chiefs do have the option to rebel. Oh, I get an heir? Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council, holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, I ask that my crown be passed down too? The council hall is filled with nervous silence. My legitimized, natural-born son. The assembled nobles break out into polite applause. By designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. Bolster our military? Yeah. Though the common folk may lose some faith in the church, seeing as their queen's extramarital adventures being forgiven so easily. Oh no! Anyway. Your Majesty, may I be the first to congratulate you on legitimizing your son. What is his name? Desdemona II. The gods are good, Your Majesty. I'm sure little Desdemona II will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Masters soon. Corpo mascot is funny. Oh, counterfeiters caught!
Your Majesty, remember the bounties we placed on forgers of the coast?
Of course.
The counterfeiters we hanged were rank amateurs. Their coins were only convincing if you're a fool, or drunk, or both. But now we've rooted out a real professional. Her coins are so convincing even I can't tell the difference. Let me introduce Penelope. Hello, Your August Majesty. Please don't hang me.
Oh dear, I hate meeting people before we hang them.
Penelope's skills are extraordinary, and hanging her would be a waste. We should employ her at the Royal Mint to help us make coins that can't be forged.
Or even better, we could use her expertise to track down other forgers. By the ninth, if we employ this outlaw, we make a mockery of the Queen's justice. Are we sending a message that we only execute insufficiently skilled criminals? Penelope, so we could ask Penelope to help catch the other forgers. We need to hang Penelope. Justice! Justice must be done!
And you'll get money if you vote for it.
Ooh. Some people want to employ this criminal. Wow, a lot of people want to employ this criminal. I see, then. Never thought I'd see the day where bribery didn't work. Damn it. Oh, wait. Evil none voted? Any more? Apparently we're not a nation of laws anyway. Yeah. Well...
Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't let you down.
Penelope retreats into the royal mint with a group of engravers. She does not emerge for weeks. Your treasurer assures you that something big is in the works. We're taxed following the money. Okay. I guess more on that later. And a prediction from the north, is it that they're going to rebel? Your Highness, excellent news from beyond the sky. As Your Highness knows, I'm an amateur astronomer. I've seen that a solar eclipse is on its way, visible from the north. You must encourage the kingdom to gather beneath the dark sun and experience this once-in-a-lifetime event. Blood and stars! No! An eclipse is a warning for the ninth god, a sign that the kingdom has fallen to shadow! All of the nobles start talking at once. Some are excited, some horrified, but all are very loud. We can focus on holy protection against the eclipse, encourage visitors to the north to witness the event, or those sun-obsessed fools should focus on their land, not the sky. Unfortunately, there are two things here that raise defiance. I think the smart move here is to just do nothing with my vote swaying powers and have the council vote how they wish. Some strong pull for C to increase farming. Let them pray. Vote A. Well, I figured. I couldn't veto two things, sadly. Some of the chiefs grumble that the council isn't taking the impending solar event seriously, but even the grumpiest have to admit that concentrating on the terrestrial assets yields a decent bounty. Oh boy. Well, I guess rebellion's gonna happen. Yep. The council gathered in the empty council hall late at night. A new report from one of their spies has just come in. Dracov's bones. The patricians have bought up pretty much the entire kingdom. Now they're finally preparing to collect on their investment. They're going to bleed us all dry until we're forced to give up the throne.
Is it too late to stop them?
Quite possibly. They have such a tight grip on the economy that they could ruin us with a single pen stroke. We just have to delay them long enough for Queen Desdemona to solidify her power.
Approaching 3 hours, thank you.
So far, enemy what?
Shouldn't be long now. Our queen is on the verge of greatness. I can feel it.
The counts must continue to aid the queen by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the queen completes her ambition.
Oh, shit. I didn't even notice. Juggler, you're my 200th follower.
Ah, that's a cool
milestone to hit.
But yes, now it's time for the, I don't know why we're letting the rebels vote, spend cash in the auction. But,
bid on whatever buildings you will.
Early get for the theater. Oh, the Thieves Guild making a strong play. Still plenty of time to swing things. The theater. Didn't they learn their lesson last time after I arrested everyone? Who was... Oh, wow. Okay. Prison getting funded. Theater getting funded. Big, big swings in the bidding in these last 15 seconds. People spending all their gold. Theater has a ton of support. The Thieves Guild also getting a lot of support. But the prison is right behind it. 1 second left. All right, time is up. We build the theater, which lowers authority, and we build the Thieves Guild, which lowers trade. The kingdom is in rebellion. The first side to earn 5 victory points will win. Victory points are earned through events. If the rebels are victorious, the monarch is overthrown. The chiefs are rebelling. Rebellion! At long last, the chiefs have reached their boiling point. You are confronted in your throne room by Chief CJ the Grand Hunter II, their tattoos seeming to shift in the light of the braziers. The chiefs of the north will rip that false crown from your head and stomp it into the mud. We'll be fighting for glory, for honor, and for Orm, the true monarch. Lowers my authority and lowers my stability. Great. This is a formal declaration of war. The next time we see each other, we'll be on the battlefield. Well, I don't want to lower my authority more, so... Seize them!
Come along now, traitors get the chop.
What? But you can't do this! I'm an envoy, see? See how the Queen's tyranny grows worse by the day?
Your watchmen waste no time. Chief CJ the Grand Hunter II is dragged down into the courtyard, and their head is struck from their shoulders. I didn't expect them to move so boldly, Your Majesty. Chief CJ the Grand Hunter II has died. CJ the Grand Hunter III has joined the council. What are our chances against the rebels? Let me put it this way, Your Majesty. Everyone in the palace who understands the situation has wet themselves. How did things get this bad? The leader of the rebellion is Chief the Apoth. As reason for the uprising, they're citing your past transgressions, mainly your depressing Eastern coronation. Urge to murder, rising. Yes, Your Majesty, hold on to that feeling. You'll need it. So this is it? Civil war? That's right, Your Majesty. The kingdom is divided. There'll be a lot of death and suffering before all of this is over. I can't wait. I'll go dig out the trebuchets. Well, it's war! But before we get to the war, I'm going to take another break to kill pre-rolls. And don't worry, you won't miss anything, so feel free to get up. I'll be back in 3... Oh! Thank you for the bits, Cody. I appreciate it. The strange amount of bits, certainly not left over from something. Anyway, back in a bit.
Oh, Cody, I think unless you own the game, it just randomly assigns you to one of the teams. Also, I'm back. Hello. Like, let me, like, the people with, the gold banners are the people who actually own the game, so the game, like, waits. Oh my god, the patricians are so broke. Wow, there's a lot of chiefs. I had not realized. Wait, it put Pretty Cody on the chiefs? But there's already so many of the chiefs. Okay. You're on the rebel side, Cody. Very few active chiefs. That's fair. That's fair. Lurkers AFK are not here. Yeah, fair. Okay, it's probably adjusting for that then. Oh, automatically join the regions with the fewest active players, which may make them... It literally addresses that. It literally addresses that. That's fair. And you know, I always welcome a lurk, but I'm glad the game adjusts for that. That's very cool of it. Very cool of it indeed. Just giving a little time to let that ad run out. Thank you, by the way, if you're, however you're avoiding ads. I don't particularly care. I was thinking about, like, maybe seeing if I could get another game in after this, but I'm not sure my voice will hold out that long. So, probably whenever we end this game will be when I'll end, I guess. Also, I'm so glad. I am so glad that people came out for this. I was worried that, like, last time was just going to be, like, a one-off. But then I saw that there were, like, they're doing Twitch drops and stuff. I'm like, okay, people are probably going to show up for this. Probably. So, I'll probably make this a regular thing. Not like I need to stream to come here. Yeah. Second wave of ads. We've had one wave of ads, yes, but what about second wave? But it's fine. We're just getting into the war. This is gonna go a while. Probably, hopefully. If I can't boost my authority, we're all cooked, but we'll see. The Wizard Scrampton demands access to the north for the upcoming eclipse. Some manner of magical event is expected. They made some manner of deal. I wonder what they have planned. Some chiefs have gained wealth. Third wave ads when the movement really hits its stride. Oh, it says you're not in. That's weird. You're on the list, Apoth. Huh. What sort of magical event do they expect? The solar eclipse could have any number of magical effects. Some believe demons could burst forth in the darkness. Others believe we'll all go blind. They have so many, River, because there aren't as many of them active as the other factions. We shall see what lies ahead. Okay. What's going on with the opening strike? Too long have those bastards in the Crownlands held us down. Too long have they called us heathens and mocked our way of life. Aye. Now is the time to take up our axes and fight back. Morgana is with us. We'll burn their churches and string up their lying priests. Yo, that sounds pretty cool, actually. I think I'll just do that and then take away the reason for your rebellion. Aye. Now I ask you, brave chiefs of the Free North, where will we strike first? We can launch a preemptive strike against the Counts to cripple their military capabilities. We suspect the patricians may join our cause. We can call them to war. They'll be more likely to join us if the Queen's authority is low. Or finally, we could send off an assassin to nip this in the bud. Dishonorable, of course, but convenient. Well, chiefs, what do you want to try? Do you want to try to assassinate me? See if the patricians will join you? Or strike the Counts? You gamble, or you spend money. Interesting. What happens when there's a tie? for... Oh, okay, Apoth broke it. They launch a preemptive strike on the Counts. The chiefs launch a surprise attack on the east, slashing and burning their way across fields and farmlands. They catch a regiment of the Eastern Army unawares and spring an ambush, slaughtering them to a man. Common folk whisper that the battleground will be stained red for a generation. And you won the Gamba. Okay, East lost some military and some farming. Rebels gain a victory point. Thank Morgana. Down with the Queen! The northern soldiers return home in triumph, leaving the East devastated in their wake. Yeah, this ain't great. This ain't great. I can't tax the chiefs. The patricians invent insurance, making 500 wealth while fires rack the coast. The other nobles gain 200 wealth. Friendly assault like a running hug. Listen, Dread. It's fine. Yeah, I literally can't tax the chiefs, so... What makes the most sense to do here? Cruel tax all of us. You just saying that so you can rebel? The Counts do have 0 defiance. They do have some rich nobles now. Patricians, I think I just normal tax. Or I could go cruel tax under the logic of they don't have a military to really stop me. We need money to fund the army. Seem loyal to me. I'll tax them as much as possible. I'm such a good ruler. Yep, rich get richer. I did not have an option to boost authority. It happened gradually, like a frog slowly boiled. At first it was paying a few patrician tolls here and there, to cross a road, to sail down a river, but as their cash reserves grew, so did their greed. Even the rebellion fizzled out. The chiefs couldn't afford to march on patrician roads. Trade is now monopoly. Treasury is now 0. And if they didn't pay, the patricians' fearsome mercenaries from Valamir would come to collect, army or not.
What about your crown? That might fetch a good price.
I can't sell my crown!
Can't you? I don't think you have a choice.
The patricians bought your palace some time ago. It's been a struggle to pay rent.
Sorry about this, Your Majesty. Everyone's struggling right now.
Over the next few months, the kingdom's economy slowly goes up in flames. The patricians get richer and richer despite the turmoil. Soon, peasants can't even afford to buy bread. Merchants throw themselves from high towers. Meanwhile, the obscenely wealthy patricians amuse themselves by going boating in specially made rivers of wine, or buying up entire villages and forcing the residents to fight for sport.
Here you go, Your Supreme Majesty.
What's this?
This is an eviction notice. You haven't paid rent in months. Pack your things and get out.
This is preposterous. I'm the queen!
Not anymore, you're not. We're kicking you out and replacing you with Nestor. It's about time, really.
What am I supposed to do out there?
I don't know. Get a job, I suppose.
You announce your abdication the next day to gasps from the gathered crowd. Within a week, Nestor has taken the throne. Within a month, you're living with Desdemona II on a farm 10 miles from the closest village. No one out here knows your name. Or who you used to be. You are totally and utterly alone, except for the young Desdemona II and the sheep. You don't hear much about how the kingdom is faring. You soon lose track of who's even on the throne. Instead of sleeping until mid-morning in a bed of silk, you're up at dawn mucking out the stables. To be a training dummy for our army. Occasionally some disease or disaster or grand war will sweep over your little slice of countryside, leaving nearby houses in ashes and friends in graves. That's just life. But then things will return to normal, and you know what?
You're happy.
Though sometimes secretly you do miss being queen.
Evicted from the palace, the former queen lived out the rest of her days on a farm, far from the capital. It was a quiet life, but not without its pleasures. The chiefs, led by the Apoth, launched a rebellion that accomplished nothing besides distracting the queen, while cunning schemers took the throne. Unable to keep their puppet on the throne, the counts were forced to retreat to their secluded castles and brood. It wouldn't be long before a new eastern claimant would arise. When they did, the counts would be ready. The patricians retreated to their yachts and opium dens, enjoying their obscene wealth while the kingdom starved and suffered. The peasants hoped their hubris would catch up to them, a hope that rested on newly crowned King Nestor, turning against his coastal masters. Naive? Only time would tell.
King Desdemona the rodent? Come on, game!
Yeah, I at least got to live this time. Rat Queen. Amazing. Well, I figured I would get some kind of a chance to save myself before. But hey, also, I'm happy for you guys. Patricians, you guys got to win. You guys got to win. Congratulations to the many believers in the patricians. The rat deserves the streets. Ugh. Yeah, Gamba successful. Gamba successful. I mean, I was on your side all along, and that's why you guys let me live, right? Yeah, drops are on for this game. And I think I might actually be good for one more. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do one more. Let's do it one more. I'm gonna do one more. If people are tired, I don't blame you, but I feel like I want to do one more. Didn't Sabo. Yeah, let me start up a new prediction for who shall win this next round. Okay, good night, Cody. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, definitely this time for sure. This time for sure. This time for sure. Let us continue the game as King Nestor of the Streamer Dynasty, presiding over the kingdom of chiefs of the north, counts of the east, and patricians of the coast. Type !join to rejoin the kingdom. Silvar with pronouns? Nope, I think it's too late, Silvar. That's really funny, actually. Thank you, Leah. You allowed it before I could. Bigger number equals more power. Subject duress. They them causing mayhem. Hell yeah. We have 3 noble chiefs, 4 noble counts, and 4 noble patricians. Perfectly balanced. And people can start to trickle in. Let's begin. Stats carry over, so the patricians run the economy, have no military, no one likes the Jesus, chiefs have good military, counts have good farming, everyone's got their strengths. Everyone's got their strengths. Oh, a dynasty event, taking back control. What's this? Your Majesty, Queen Desdemona was the patrician's dancing little puppet. You don't plan on following in her footsteps, do you? Nobody tells me what to do. That's the spirit. Now listen carefully. You need to do exactly what I tell you. The patricians own the roads. They own the bridges. They're charging my soldiers to march. They have too much power. We need to take back what's ours. What's yours? Oh, immediate vote before anything? So I can seize the kingdom by force, change the law to make monopolies illegal, or buy everything back at an inflated price. I mean, No, I'm not buying the kingdom back. We either use force or use the law. Sorry, Silvar, I made capitalism illegal for that option. You cannot vote for C!
Oh, look at these patricians, fine with me seizing the kingdom by force. I'm such a beloved monarch. It's really cool that the game does this. They're like directly following up on like the end game of the last game. Very cool.
We seize it by force.
Glad to hear it. I'll rally the troops. You can't do this. We bought this kingdom fair and square.
Ignoring the patricians' protests, your troops break down doors and rip up deeds. The land is yours again. Authority is now commanding. Stability is now unstable. The coast loses a little trade. Let us do my coronation. Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from Queen Desdemona, but you must still answer to the council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens at your coronation. Let's get this over with. Shall we call the nobles in? Oh, we can't show off our wealth because we're too poor. Hey, what if patricians smooth over any bad feelings with bribes? That sounds pretty good. Right? Everyone else? We can make the patricians bribe people. River voting for chaos. We love to see it. Oh my god. I always save my veto round 1 to veto the throw the king into the river. Final few seconds to get your votes in. 2, 1. Stop the count! Stop the count! Voting tied at 5. Well, you know, given the options, I think I have to, patricians bribe people. He bankrupted me. It's fine. Under my loving reign. Keen to keep their new king on the throne, the patricians distribute gifts to the chiefs and counts. Meanwhile, the coronation itself is a rather quiet affair. So, some patricians bribe some chiefs and some counts. Now the path to victory. Do not look kindly upon usurpers. How do I hope the kingdom will remember me? I could go for authority, because I've already got a little bit of authority. Could go for trade. Actually, farming is pretty good. 0 money a few minutes ago. I own the castle and some bridges. The markets are turbulent. You gotta be ready to roll with the punches. We won't help this mad king. You know what? Farming. Farming has been a disaster for a while. We gotta get the food production. Interesting. Are you concerned for the welfare of the commoners, or are you just hoping for a favorable passage in the history books? I suggest over the next few years, focus on improving farming. We'll return once I have an heir. King in yellow. I'm not mad, I'm quite sane. It is the world that is mad! Sven of the CJ the Grand Hunter clan, a well-known northern prodigy, stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, droning as if in a trance. Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not this imposter King Nestor. How do we make that happen? Chiefs, choose your scheme. Raise authority, lower stability, or raise your own military. Just 3 softballs for the Chiefs, apparently. Yeah, I wonder if it's going to give the patricians a loyalist option. Sure, I guess, Apoth. Oh, and while I was looking away, they go for sorcery to raise authority. The chiefs plan to make a bargain with a wizard. These immortal spellcasters seldom get involved in political squabbles, but perhaps if the king was considered a threat to their autonomy. To advance their scheme, the chiefs must raise authority to 5 or more in 2 seasons. Didn't realize we liked witches now. Kaja, the evil nun 99 dynasty, legendary reformed occultist, leans delicately on a podium, speaking in a melodious voice.
My fellow counts, in ancient times the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false King Nestor wears the crown.
Counts, you can doppelganger to lower your own defiance, ascension to lower your own faith, or possession. Wait, 2 of these are lowering your own defiance? Interesting. You put my ancestor on the stake for less, and your ancestor's son. But that was a different king. I'm King Nestor. Those mad monarchs of the past, we got a solid person on the throne now. That's not my clan. 3 nobles voted for possession. The counts planned to summon a demon to possess the king, putting him totally under their control. First, they must lull the king into a false sense of security. To advance their scheme, the counts must lower their defiance to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Okay, counts get harsh taxed every year. Got it. Herona of the River the Fluid family, notorious coastal political fixer, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose.
How very cunning of us. Nestor now sits the throne and the patricians are in charge, but the other regions will already be scheming to depose him. Do we stay loyal to the new king or cut our losses and put me on the throne instead?
That's 3 years trying to preserve. So you can loyalist, you can uprising to raise the treasury, or a conspiracy to lower the treasury. Oh, it opens with a sob and enchantment placed. So far, conspiracy. River going for loyalist. But conspiracy is chosen. No one is loyal to the king.
Indeed, King Nestor is a patrician after all, and everyone knows never to trust a patrician. He's probably planning to betray us already.
Correct.
The patricians plan to sink the king under an ocean of debt. To advance their scheme, the patricians must lower the treasury to 1,500 or less in 3 seasons. Ambitious vassal, embittered step-sibling, false pretender. Yeah, our farming is so good. Chaos is more fun. Next assembly, basically our whole loyalty arc. I needed that money to save the country. I choose bribery, of course. It's the best option. Oh god. Oh no, patricians. Patricians. Patricians, you gotta stop doing this shit. It's time for a new trend.
Lord Patrician Quizmanny is here to see you, Your Majesty. He wants to sell you, a crab.
Of course he does.
It's the latest trend along the coast, Your Majesty. The patricians have started keeping a species of jeweled crab as a fashionable pet. The creatures are so rare that one can now sell for as much as a mansion.
You can go to bed if you're tired, River. I will not be offended. Very well, send him in. Thank you for seeing me, Your Majesty. I know the price is steep, but I assure you these crabs will only go up in value. Buy the box of crabs! Counting out your gold, Lord Patrician Quizmanny assures you that you will not regret your purchase. I'm sure I won't. Oh, wait, is Boat Lady back? Yeah, this is literally... Oh, okay. Orid is back. We've already seen this, so I'm not gonna... what is this favor? I'll call for a vote. So he can provide safe harbor in exchange for muskets, reject her, or confiscate the weapons and take her prisoner. I don't want to send her away because we did that last time. Let's either help her or steal her guns.
Guns, yes. Guns. America.
Well, Steel, we're using eminent domain on her guns. It's all very legal, as explained by my right to do whatever I want as ruler. Oh. Alright, we're confiscating weapons and taking her prisoner. Civil asset forfeiture. Thank you, Silvar. Yes. Confiscate the weapons and take Orid prisoner. You send word to the coast where the foreign ships are impounded and the weapons seized. Orid goes quietly as you show her to a cell, though the contempt on her face is clear as day. The North's military is now terrifying, the coast's military is now upgraded to weak, and the East's military is now powerful. The confiscated muskets are distributed to your soldiers. Without training, however, there are more than a few exploded wagons and missing limbs. Stability is now turbulent. The VOD will be up. You'll be able to watch it back, River. No worries if you gotta sleep. Okay, the Honor Guard. One evening, you're sitting up in bed, reading some paperwork, when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber as bold as brass.
Hello, you Madge. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat?
Yes, I do mind.
I'll stand then. No problem.
Want to see you win? Might be waiting a while then.
Listen, I got a bloody great idea for you. What if we tied a bunch of birds to a knight? I reckon you could field some aerial troops and totally dominate the battlefield.
Before the peasant can explain further, your marshal bursts into the bedchamber, sword drawn.
Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the palace watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder?
Yes, kill him. He's speaking nonsense. The marshal's sword flashes, parting the peasant's head from his shoulders. Blood spurts across your favorite duvet. Just kill this idiot. Let him speak.
If one thing's clear from this mess, it's that you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe. Not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. Be divided, blah, blah, blah. Of course you'll be taking the gladiators, Your Majesty. None of the other options are half as muscly.
We can't afford the foreign mercenaries. But what about the northern warriors? Can we have a look at them? Sure. The northern warriors. They get drunk, cause trouble, but they fight good. Oh, the gladiators? Yeah. No, the gladiators look the same. Okay, yeah, what mercenaries? No, it's the same mercenaries. The Eastern Knights, Drowned Rose, highly respectable, they're the poem writers. If the Northerners dare to defy you, we'll be screwed. Yeah? Yeah? I do know who has the best troops, it's very true. But what if I don't need... No, I very clearly do need an honor guard. Yeah, Northern Warriors.
Depths below, Your Esteemed Highness. How could you choose them?
Yeah, I never want to get in a spot where the chiefs are thinking about rebellion. The warrior heroes arrive a few weeks later. They swagger in with big grins and bigger axes, belching and singing and roaring out unsavory jokes. One of your courtiers faints. I'm sure your poems are great, but they didn't help the last ruler. Alright, it's auction time! Build whatever buildings you wish. You got bought out. I'm just trying to keep all the plates spinning. Yeah, the patricians don't have much of a dog in this fight. Chief's going for a monument to boost authority so far. Oh, a theater to lower it. Are we gonna do this dance again? Oh, I'm gonna laugh if we build the theater and the monument. Oh, the Grand Bazaar now being funded. And the monument? Oh my god, Grand Bazaar has a huge amount of funding behind it. Probably unassailable. Oh, and at the last minute, I saw the theater squeak in there. At the last minute, the theater gets funded due to a surge of funding from Spherax. Spherax? How do I pronounce your username? I'm sorry. Anyway, you've done it. Bankruptcy looms again. As usual. Treasury is almost empty. Where the hell did it all go? Perhaps you've been spending a little too freely. A loan with lower authority. I could crack open some tombs. Stability would get dangerously low then, though. So maybe I take a hefty loan for now? Yeah, let me try the loan option. I've tried every other one. Let me try the loan. No, I'm not debasing the treasury again. No, 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 no. The Bank of Selvent and Gaul operates from the fabulously wealthy Republic of Kurth, all the way across the Western Sea. They assure you, however, that they maintain total independence from the Republic. The banker they send to take your signature has delicate hands and sharp teeth. He watches as you put pen to paper, eyes glittering.
You're making an excellent decision, Your Majesty. You shall pay us back with 25% interest in 1 year.
Settling the kingdom in debt isn't great optics, but you had no other choice. 25% interest? Jesus Christ. Bounty hunters, what's up?
Your Majesty, these good folk are bounty hunters, representing the Republic of Kurth, they say.
King Nest. Oh, right, this is the same thing as before. The king is indebted. Yeah.
Oh, that fugitive, she's in my dungeons. That's excellent news. We ask permission to purchase her from you so she may stand trial and face justice back in Kurth. Oh, and the weapons she stole, they still belong to the Republic, you understand. We kindly ask you to return them.
Interesting. So we can get money, more money and lower military, or turn the bounty hunters away. More relatable to college students. Vote A, gain money. But she's already in her dungeons. Come on, guys.
Don't you like money?
Oh, right, the patricians want to lower the treasury.
Bah.
Y'all are no fun. Fine. You dismiss the bounty hunters with a wave of your hand. Their dignified expression fades quickly. Kurth will not forgive this slight. We will be back. Let's find a spouse. Find a spouse sooner than later. Take the eligible, What if I'm not interested in love?
Are you sure, Your Majesty? The nobles will be most upset.
We can bankrupt the king, patricians.
Surely it behooves you to look at some options.
Chaos, my mind is made up.
Very well, Your Majesty. We shall speak no more of marriage. But, Your Majesty, may I ask why you refuse to marry?
Like chastity and honor of the ninth god. I can just go hard onto religion. Or marriage would weigh me down. I want to party. Single life. Wife didn't work out last time. True. Let's do the church meme. Let's do church memes. Marry a commoner, they marry for love. Interesting options. Interesting options. I generally don't like the faith memes. Lowborn Commoner is interesting, because, like, it seems like every time in this game when I marry a noble, it just goes poorly. You know what? Maybe the Commoner will be good. You've convinced me.
Oh, how romantic. The nobles will hate you for it, unfortunately.
Good luck in the days ahead. You'll need it.
Stability is now lawless.
And everyone disliked that. This is fine.
Hidden in a labyrinth beneath an eastern castle, a pair of counts meet to speak of their schemes against the king. The Chancellor sent me a fruit basket last week to thank us for our efforts in helping the crown. It's working. Our reputation is secure. Our problem now is the Archbishop. His beady little eyes will be focused on us if we're not careful. You must evade him at all costs. For the next stage of their scheme, the counts must lower their faith to 4 or less in 4 seasons.
Okay.
Far to the north, Chief Silvarian sits before a roaring hearth, 2 enormous wolfhounds lying at their feet.
Any luck finding a wizard to aid our cause?
Nay, I'm afraid not. King Nestor's weak. The wizards are satisfied that they needn't worry about royal meddling in their affairs.
By the Starflare, we must try harder.
The chief's aim is to raise authority to 5 or more. Oh boy, it's time for taxes. Tax the patricians because they already hate me. Normal tax for everyone else. I have no money, and it'll stay that way. Might have to do a rebellion. That would be quite bad, but... what if I just cruel tax everyone? I'm Chief's honor guard looking at you funny. I mean, I gotta pay that 25% interest. It's for the good of the kingdom. Everyone gets heavy tax. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Oh, an angry mob. Hey, speaking of which. One morning, as you make your way to the council hall, a mob of furious peasants surround your carriage. They pelt the windows with rotten fruit and loudly blame you for everything wrong with the kingdom. Down with the king! Poke your head out the window. William Tomato splats your forehead. You duck back into the carriage and wait for your soldiers to quell the riot. I summoned my people. The soldiers have difficulties, however. Ah! Protect the king! Protect it! His words are cut off as he is dragged from his horse and beaten into a fine paste. The growing mob surrounds your stagecoach and begins rocking it back and forth. Where the hell is my honor guard? Your Majesty, make a break for it before they tip the carriage over. We'll stay here and hold them off. The warriors heft their axes and form a ring around you, sheltering you as you scuttle to safety. Stones rain down like hail, but you make it back to the palace unharmed. Call a council meeting. This is an outrage, Your Majesty. First riots and looting in the capital, now attacks upon your royal person. Our realm is on the verge of collapse. People are afraid. The rule of law is broken down. The peasants are demanding higher wages and more rights. Can't have that. Yes, but obviously we can't allow that, so what do? We can declare martial law, round up all the rioters and hang them, or give them everything they want. Let's go gambling! Surely this will not backfire horribly and end my reign in, like, 20 minutes. Though it would be really funny if it did. Everyone votes for the rule of law and justice. And, you know, bribes. Yeah, at least I can do. You see?
I made good on taxing everyone. It's fine, it's fine. Your soldiers face heavy resistance from the rioters, and hundreds of your troops are killed. Others desert to avoid fighting their own fellow citizens. Everyone takes a hit to military, but the result is inevitable. Hundreds of peasant corpses hanging from gibbets, left to rot along the King's Road as a dire warning. The riots die down, the common folk are terrified, but there are fewer peasants to work the fields, which is not great, but it's worth the boost to stability and authority. Though I did accidentally shoot myself in the foot a little bit. It's fine. A secret romance. It's near impossible to sneak out of the palace at night. The palace watch keep catching you and dragging you back to your bedroom. But tonight you managed it, bundled up in a dark cloak and hood. You head out to the capital's market district. Your true love is waiting for you on a bridge. Apoth, I like the way you think. We do need gun axes. It's the way of the future. Your love's name, of course, is... Let's see, I went with girl, and I went with... I haven't done dude yet, have I? What are we, 14? Tell the palace guard to shove off, right? Yeah, I don't really think I cared. Yeah, Dread wants Jay? Sure. Sure, we can do Jay. He rushes into your arms and presses his mouth to yours. It's a while before anything needs to be said aloud. But Jay is a patrician. My love, it's been months since we last saw each other like this. Every night I dreamt of you. And I of you, but why did it take you so long? When I come out here alone, I'm putting myself at risk. I wouldn't want you to put yourself in harm's way by mingling with the peasantry, Your Majesty. He can't get through those last two words without breaking into laughter. What happened to the brash young prince who swept me off my feet back in the coast? Thanks for the new house, by the way. I'm still getting used to living in the capital. Ah, we were so young. We still are. You just need to relax. That crown's as heavy as a whole kingdom. You should take it off every once in a while. Why don't we head back to your place? You and Jay return to his tiny cottage and spend the night together. As usual, you must sneak back to the palace before dawn. But before you leave, he catches your arm. I'm tired of waiting, my love. I can't live like this. We need to get married in the eyes of the ninth god for all to see. Let's do it. Thank you, my love. Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait. You put up your hood and sneak back to the palace. I'm sure this will have no consequences whatsoever. This game never... Crab futures! We're back to crab memes. The crab craze has swollen to unforeseen heights, Your Majesty. That's good, isn't it? The trade is so profitable that patricians are shutting down textile mills to focus on crab catching. Thousands are unemployed. But who cares about that, Your Majesty? Your box of crabs is now worth nearly double what you paid for it. Sell, sell, sell. Sell, sell, sell. You sell your crabs for much more than you pay. The treasurer appears satisfied with your practicality. Meanwhile, industries collapse along the coast. A fine season overall, I think. Even though the counts kind of want to murder me. In a dingy seaside tavern, two patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Terrible news. The kingdom prospers. The treasury's practically overflowing. I didn't expect the new king to be competent. Nobody did. We must work harder to bankrupt him. The patrician's aim is to lower the treasury to 1,500 or less. Your very own crabs prove to be your undoing, patricians. Far to the north, Chief Silvarian sits before a roaring hearth, two enormous wolfhounds lying at their feet. A shadow darkens the door. The hounds whimper and flee, tails tucked between their legs, as a skeletal figure steps into the room, accompanied by the jingling of 1,000 tiny bells. You're getting a Skeletor voice if you're an actual... Yeah, you're absolutely getting a Skeletor voice. Just a moment.
My apologies! I have that effect on dogs. Their ears are so sensitive. Why did you call this meeting? I may be immortal, but my time is still more precious than yours.
I thought we might have a common goal. The king has been overstepping his bounds recently, hasn't he?
That's true. The Watch tried to turn me away from my favorite bakery last week, simply because my presence shattered all the windows in a mile's radius. I'll help you. Mrs. Miggin's fig rolls are worth committing regicide for. But first, you'll need to take care of the bees.
Did you say bees?
Yes! In the Dreamlands, they call themselves the Dreams of Being, and they're a deadly foe even for a wizard. Of course, their waking selves just tend to buzz about and pollinate flowers. They love all kinds of royalty, protect them from magical threats, but they won't harm non-magical folk beyond the occasional sting.
For the next stage of their scheme, the chiefs must lower all regions' combined farming to 14 or less in 4 seasons. In direct opposition to my goal, okay. So many bee memes. So many bee memes. I think I might go call for unity over Monarch's vote. Stop the count is funny, though. But it does feel very unfair. Explosion at the port, vultures, or arranging a wedding. Let's do arranging a wedding first to see how pissed off it makes everyone. Your Majesty, your insistence on marrying this commoner boy is most unwise. If you proceed, it will be against the recommendations of all your advisors. Didn't ask, don't care. Very well, in that case, I suppose all that remains is to make the announcement. This can actually raise stability? Gather the nobles and tell them in private. Their wedding invites the nobles with extravagant gifts. That would lower authority. But it still raises defiance? Maybe we gather the nobles and tell them in private? That doesn't increase defiance. It raises less than expected. I'll trust you on that. I got money to burn. This may prove to be a horrible decision. The news about your fiancé is delivered to each noble in a thick vellum scroll, accompanied by a generously filled satchel of gold. The nobles are still mildly outraged, of course, and jokes spread about your cowardly refusal to speak to them in person, but gold goes a long way toward healing bruised egos. Now that the news has been broken, the only thing left is to organize the royal wedding itself. Okay, yeah. Everything went better than expected. What's the explosion at the port?
Your Majesty, a ship exploded at the port. The water swelled like a tidal wave and my whole town was devastated. How could this happen? I have no idea, Your Esteemed Highness. All I know is that the ship arrived from Kurth just yesterday and now my docks have been destroyed. Oh, depths below.
Trade is now down to prosperous and River is now completely broke. But I think she's asleep at this point.
If I may, this may be the promised retribution from Kurth. Retribution? Then this was an attack. You cannot let this stand, Your Majesty.
Oh boy, we can ban exports to Kurth. We can command Ord to patrol the coast in her gunship, thus freeing her from prison in the process, I guess. Focus on rebuilding or hand Ord over to Kurth. Interesting. I'm also kind of liking B. Oh, if more than 50% of nobles vote for any one option. Okay, so it didn't work the way I was. Your Majesty, we have to attack those scumbags. I feel like one option is going to win pretty overwhelmingly, so I'll just try a call for unity here and let the council decide what's going to decide. So far, small lead for patrolling the coast in a gunship. We threw her in prison, confiscated her guns, and then we're like, hey, so can you help us out, buddy, old friend, old pal? It's gonna tank trade, but our trade already sucks. Stop the count! Or it is hauled from her jail cell and brought before you. When you tell her your plan, she is more than willing to accept and immediately sets sail. In between patrols, she even trains your other captains how to fight against Kurth's cannons. Over the coming months, trade ships from both sides come under attack. Skirmishes on the open sea between the Kingdom and Republican navies become commonplace. The patricians gain a little more military, lose a little trade. With no one willing to give in, the conflict will continue for the foreseeable future. At least you have Orid on your side. And I got stability, because of the call for unity. Okay, Counts, what's going on in the east?
Greedy coastal merchants are taking advantage of cheap eastern labor, Your Grace, exploiting our natural resources, putting our trading companies out of business. They're vultures. Vultures! Is it really such a problem? This is just business.
Leah loses almost all her money. We can kick out the patricians, put trading companies back in eastern hands. The king will buy up coastal trading companies? Or it's just business, baby. Interesting. I feel like we don't do it's just business. The council may vote on the remaining options. I demand a refund. Boy, you're all voting for B. Everyone really wants me to institute another harsh tax, because we're gonna have to pay that interest. Oh, really? You're gonna tie it? Interesting. Well, then. The crown must break the tie. I think common patrician L. We kick out the patricians, put trading companies back in eastern hands.
By all that glitters, trust me! Those eastern fools will run my companies into the ground!
You're the best. Fox loses most of her money. All of the coastal companies in the east are transferred to new ownership. Lumberyards, tanneries, silver mines, workshops. It all goes to Countess busy being Leah. As the months pass, it becomes evident Lady Patrician Foxla's puppies was wrong. The companies continue to make a nice profit, and their new owner spreads the wealth all over the east. Just by military that loose to a wet towel. It's very funny. Alright, let's end the season. Okay, they need to lower faith, they need to lower farming. Patricians are cooked. Unless my treasury just plummets. We plan to buy a military. Our fort, noted, noted. But first, the royal wedding. Your wedding to Jay is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Commoners travel from every corner of the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. Many nobles refuse to attend the event. Even now, they're still furious that you're marrying a commoner. On the day of the ceremony, the streets are packed, but St. Bertrand's Cathedral is nearly empty. When you walk down the aisle to see Jay waiting by the altar, his face lit up by the most radiant smile, suddenly, nothing else matters.
Do you take this man as your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
Then I pronounce you husband and husband. Achievement unlocked. Below your station, you married your low-born childhood sweetheart.
After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. At first, the nobles refused to speak to Jay, preferring to mutter among themselves about his low-born status. But then you glare at them, and one by one they shuffle forward and offer their sullen congratulations. By the time you find yourself alone with Jay, it's past midnight. You've never felt more tired.
So here we are at last, married after all those years of sneaking around. Can you believe it?
I knew everything would work out for the best.
So did I. What did you do to get the nobles to agree to this?
Was worth it 100... No, let's not worry about it tonight.
You're right. Maybe if we pray to the night, this night can last forever.
Care to join me in bed?
No time like the present, eh?
He swings back the last dregs of his wine and leads you to bed.
Wow, this is a lot fancier than my old cottage.
Hell yeah!
And oh my, is that authority and stability too high for the rebellion to advance?
Yeah, it's legit the first time I got laid on wedding night. Wild. Anyway, trade war.
Your Majesty, the Republic of Kurth has levied extreme trade sanctions against us for our perceived crimes against them, notably your refusal to surrender Orid to their custody.
What can we do about it?
That's for the Council to decide. Kurth must also be suffering from this, but we can't afford to wait them out. Our people will soon run out of basic necessities.
Oh, we can send Orid and the Navy to take Kurth's goods by force. We can escalate the trade war. We can import essential goods from Ashmead instead of Kurth. Vote for B and get money!
But the money. But money. Money.
Nah, I want war on it. Understandable. Understandable. Just, you know, in case anyone else wants to vote B last minute, I'll take the money. I have nothing else. Fair enough. Alright, the council has spoken. I want to riot, to be honest. Orid's navy starts patrolling the Ghost Sea, intercepting Kurth vessels and taking plunder wherever they can find it. Of course, Kurth is quick to respond in kind. My authority is now iron-fisted, and the patrician military is now pathetic. Down to 1. The trade war heats up, flaring into open battles on the high seas. Military of 1 is amazing. Oh, the crab bubble bursts. We're back to crab memes.
Bad news, Your Majesty. A new reef has been discovered which is overflowing with millions of jeweled crabs. Crab prices are crashing catastrophically.
What? How could this be?
The entire kingdom will suffer financially, Your Majesty, with the exception of a few patricians. Curiously, Lord Patrician Quizmanny, the very same patrician who began the crab craze, recently sold all his crabs at a huge profit just days before the crash.
Something must be done. You summon your council to discuss the crab price crisis. Many assembled nobles have invested heavily in the crab market. They're casting furious glances at the patricians' benches. I did lose all my money again. So we can bail out the failed businesses, let the coast suffer the full consequences of the crisis, or arrest Quizmanny and confiscate all their money. I think I know what will win. So I'll just call for unity here, and let the council do as the council will. Yeah, there's not been a whole lot of options to lower faith at all. They're not making it easy for the counts. To be fair, it's not been easy for, like, there hasn't been a whole lot to, like, the one thing that was going to lower farming was able to slap with a veto. So nobody's been able to do a whole lot. So, oh, never mind. All right, we arrest and confiscate. 5 nobles voted for, I'll arrest Lord Patrician Quizmanny and confiscate his ill-gotten gold. Your soldiers storm Lord Patrician Quizmanny's opulent mansion,
arresting him and confiscating his ill-gotten crab gold. The trial will be held as soon as possible. My stability is lower, treasury is better. Outraged patricians protest that your actions are illegal and make a mockery of the law. Don't they know you're the king? Is that... Yes, that is the end of the season. I'll run the auction, and then I'll run some ads to kill pre-roll, as Jesus, I've drank like... What is that, like 2 liters of water this stream? Jesus. Anyway. Bid on whatever buildings you want. The Chiefs keep having all this money. Take your head one day. Fuck farming, I guess. Yeah, I haven't been able to do anything with farming. Kind of wild. Alright, we have Observatory and Cathedral as the initial get. Cathedral? Really? Surprising. Sure would love to fund some culture. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, the deer park. I see you, Apoth. Oh. The observatory and the theater. Going high. But there are some rich folk who may swing things in the final few seconds. Time is up. And what was funded? I believe the cathedral to increase faith and the theater to lower authority. Interesting. The patricians could start to rebel here. But before we get to that, I'm going to take my quick break, so I will be back in soon. Do I do the full 3 minutes? Yeah, fuck it, I do the full 3 minutes. It's fine. I don't need to be up early tomorrow for anything. Okay, I am back. Patricians not quite committing to a rebellion as of yet. Not quite. Let me see. We have. Oh crap! Debt collection. I mean, I wonder why. I wonder why the patricians don't feel like they don't quite feel like committing to a rebellion. I wonder. I wonder why there is some hesitancy about rebelling among the patricians. Like,
Honestly, the patricians are not doing particularly well in, like, any category right now. Their trade has cratered. Their farming is just kind of okay. Their military is terrible. War. Full chaos. You need to convince a few more, well, one more? You need to convince one more of your fellow patricians. But I think some of them may have, like, gone to sleep at this point. It does keep growing later and later. Let us begin with debt collection, because I'm concerned about what that's gonna do.
I have some decent news for you, Your Majesty.
You found a few pennies under the sofa, I hope?
Metaphorically, I suppose you could say that. Relations with the Republic of Kurth have deteriorated to the point where they have stopped sending debt collectors to the kingdom.
Oh, that's right! Because we're at war with them now, so I don't have to pay them.
We haven't really gained money, but we have lost debt.
Wonderful news.
Indeed, although it is likely that Kurth will ever extend any offers of aid again in the future, perhaps that's for the best. We wouldn't want to rack up any more debts now, would we?
Hell yeah! Free money! This is basically just like a Crusader Kings 2, where you borrow money from the Jews, and then you're like, hey, by the way, Jews, I'm kicking you all out of the kingdom. I'm keeping your money. A classic move that every Crusader Kings 2 player who plays Christians knows to do. Expelled, yeah. Anyway, what's going on with war?
This is it, Kurth against the kingdom. We've moved past the trade war, now we're on regular old people war. As if our profits haven't suffered enough. I hope the council has a plan. They have cannons on their ships, you know.
So we can focus on disrupting trade routes, raise an armada to destroy their ships and force them to surrender, or back down and suffer concessions. Force them to offer concessions. As though anyone would choose that. I'm gonna call for unity, because I feel like pretty much everyone just wants to fuck up Kurth. Council, vote as you will. Leah, for one, welcomes her new Kurth masters. How dare you? Now that's on me for not vetoing. But it's fine. I have faith that the correct option will be chosen. Stop the count! Stop the count! 4 nobles voted for raise an armada to destroy Kurth's ships and force them to surrender. Oh, goddamn problem. You pour funds into shoring up the Royal Navy, hiring freebooters, and enlisting new sailors. Oh, that accidentally hands the patricians kind of a military. That's not great. The Armada meets the Kurth fleet on a stormy night. Guns thunder and fires light up the skies, or it leads her defectors straight into the firing line of the enemy. Oh, our military's bad. For victory! Yup. By the time dawn breaks over the Ghost Sea, the Royal Navy has been routed. Your fleet is in tatters, and many of your officers are dead, including Orid. A devastating peace treaty is then forced upon you. 35%. Well, easy come, easy go, patricians. You put up a fight, but are ultimately humiliated. The kingdom will pay the price for your hubris. Also, River dies for some reason. The economy crumbles under continued pressure from the cursed navy. Your nobles soon force you to make concessions and start diversifying your trade to prevent a complete collapse. So trade is now awful for everyone. Stability is bad. Everyone loses money. Everyone is pissed about this. They killed River off screen. Legit. They killed River off screen. Oh boy. And an invitation from the north. Holding a winter feast. I look forward to it. That one's a short one. We've seen it before. Let us end the season. But hey, we didn't have to pay back the loan, so that's pretty cool. Arcant rides to a remote, unremarkable spot of moorland. Soon another joins them.
Unfortunately, my lowborn are getting dreadfully devout.
We're in no state to make a move against the king. It's far too dangerous. The High Inquisitor will pounce as soon as we do anything. The Count's aim is to lower their faith to 4 or less. The chiefs discover an ancient treasure hoard frozen in ice, worth 500 wealth. The other nobles gain 200 wealth. The patricians are in active rebellion. Counts, you need to not join them. So bribes. And... No. You'll love having money. It won't just be the chiefs for once. You know what I want. It's true, but you're still getting taxed, Northerners. Just, the common tax, not the cruel tax. Well, unless, how bad would it be if I did stimulus? Because, the event to repay the loan already fired. But you guys are already so rich, but... no, little bit of tax. Little bit of tax. Little bit of tax. Not scared, just pragmatic. Rebellion! Stimulate a surplus 100% tariff. At long last, the patricians have reached their boiling point. You are confronted in your throne room by Lord Patrician Quizmanny, his smile gleaming in the light of the braziers. The patricians of the coast will bring you down, pretender to the throne, will rise up and fight for Herona, the true queen. Authority and stability both take a hit. This is a formal declaration of war. The next time we see each other will be on the battlefield. Well, I can't afford to lose stability. Or else I'd just immediately lose, so one day I will see your head on a spike. There'll be many heads on spikes before this war is over. Mine will not be among them. Lord Patrician Quizmanny strides from your throne room without looking back. What are our chances? The patricians don't even really have an army right now. We'll be fine unless they hire mercenaries from overseas or persuade another region to join their rebellion. Haha, what are the odds of that? Urge to murder rising, civil war. A lot of death and suffering. She'll dig out the trebuchets. About my heir. Your marriage to Jay has leaped from strength to strength over the past few months. Truly, you found your soulmate, and every day you count your blessings. The Marshal is pretty cool. It's high time you thought about an heir. Well, you're finally married, but something's still missing. You need an heir. However, securing an heir is impossible while the kingdom is at war with itself. Defeat this rebellion, and then, and only then, is it worth looking to the future. I will talk to you again when the realm is at peace. God damn it. Do you smell that, my friend? Sorry, I think I stepped in some... That's freedom you can smell. Freedom from the mad tyrant King Nestor. At long last, we've risen up against his oppression. But if we want to keep our kingdom, we must fight for it. I ask you, my fellow patricians, what will be our opening strike against the king? Army is too weak to attempt any military action, unfortunately. If we suspect the counts may join our cause, we can call them to war. We'll be more likely to join us if the king's authority is low. We could also call upon the church to condemn the king. Or finally, you could send off an assassin to nip this in the bud. So... So the patricians are too weak to do a preemptive strike on the chiefs, and too broke to send an assassin, so do you want to gamble on calling the counts to war, or gambling on the church? Make your choice, patricians. The church, interesting. All right. All the patricians want the support of the church. Thank you for meeting with me, Your Holiness. Your message was most heartfelt. How could I turn down those in need? We are all the ninth god's children, after all. Oh, I couldn't agree more. And on that subject, the church has been suffering lately, hasn't it? The king hasn't been giving you the support you deserve.
Alas, it is true, the king has strayed far from the light of the ninth.
It breaks my heart, but a king with so little concern for the kingdom's spiritual health can scarcely be considered a king at all. Now, Herona, on the other hand, if she ever finds herself on the throne, she would be sure to make a substantial contribution to the church's coffers.
Now, you know I care not for money. I only care about what's best for the kingdom. And what's best for the kingdom is a monarch who cares about the church. I'll lend you my full support, gladly. Faith is now devout.
Thank you, Your Holiness. Go with God.
We got nothing. Yeah, it's a bold promise. Faithful followers of both the ninth god and the king are thoroughly shaken by the church officially throwing their weight behind the rebels. Their loyalties are torn in half. The counts get more defiance, but the military drops. Thousands of soldiers desert to join the rebellion, fearing for their souls. Okay, so the patricians technically have a military now. Technically. Dear God, everything's on fire. Up in the north, Chief Silvarian and the wizard Brezg, the wizard, are enjoying a grand feast together. Any glassware has been carefully replaced with ceramics.
The kingdom is still absolutely teeming with bees. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. I can't get away from it. Oh, it hurts my skull.
The wizard groans, and the oaken table splits down the middle like a tree struck by lightning. But please, just give me a few more months. By Morgana's cauldron, I won't let you down.
See that you don't, soul aches make me irrational.
The chief's aim is to lower all regions' combined farming to 14 or less. Oh! Bounty Raid! Welcome, welcome, Brian J. and Raiders. Hey, everybody. We are playing some King of the Castle, a game where you can play along as the kingdom burns around me. Brian, how was your stream? Were you playing more, the Space Explorer game? I can't think of it. I've been going for 4.5 hours. My brain is mush. Yeah, you can type !join to play along. Everything's on fire. Oh yeah, and if you're coming here from Brian's chat, you probably know me. I'm the guy who posts Chavez every time I win a bet on TCW. That's me. Hi, I stream too. Outer Wilds. Disappointing. Felt like a lot of dead ends. Yeah, see, that's always the thing that, like, makes me hesitant about it, partially because I don't have a sense of direction, but also because I'm like, I feel like I would get nowhere. But I'm sure in time. Yeah, you were outvoted there, Silvar. So you gotta deal with the wizard. I think I want to anonymous voting for Chaos. The kingdom is in rebellion. The first side to earn 5 victory points will win. Victory points are earned through events. If the rebels are victorious, the monarch is overthrown. The patricians are in rebellion. The others are almost certainly going to rebel as well. But that's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Please don't vote to rebel. Oh, hey, there's a crab trial. Let me do that first. Everyone's voting to rebel. This is fine. The trial of Lord Patrician Quizmanny for crab-related mischief was due for today, but now the patricians have rebelled against you. The crafty crab seller has been released from his coastal prison and is now beyond the reach of justice. Yeah, everyone's just rebelling, apparently. It's fine. How about a great battle? Let me do a great battle event before they get the chance to muster an army. They can't take all of us. Vast armies darken the landscape like the shadows of clouds. Flags are flying. Drums are pounding in rhythm with the marching of boots. The kingdom is gripped with civil war! Couldn't accomplish your farming scheme? No, because I can't produce an heir because of this dang rebellion. At least that's what you imagine. Most of your time is spent in the safety of your palace, poring over a giant map with your marshal.
Your Majesty, the army of the coast is advancing on the capital, led by that treacherous cur, Lady Patrician Maggie II.
Can't make a baby during war. Yeah. Yeah, the chiefs have all the military.
I've received word from the commander of our loyalist forces in the east. If they march now, they'll intercept the patricians in the matter of days. Alternatively, they could join forces with the army of the north. It's risky, but together they'd have a higher chance of defeating the accursed patricians. What are your orders, Your Majesty?
Tell the counts to fight the coastal army head on. Oh, the chiefs aren't rebelling? Really? Then okay, let's get the massive army together.
Very well, Your Majesty. I'll relay your orders to Count Benejets, the commander in the field. Hopefully they do as they're told. God knows treachery can thrive on a battlefield.
Yet.
We have our orders, but should we follow them?
Yeah, you're apparently a commander. Welcome to the kingdom. You're now leading the army. Counts, make your choice. Vote in the chat. I haven't rebelled, but... So you can defy orders and send the Eastern Army to fight the rebels, follow orders and link up with the chiefs, or hang back and let the rebels march into the capital without challenge. Yeah, this is why I had the chiefs. I wanted to... Yep. The whole city holds its breath. You stew in your palace, waiting anxiously for your marshal's return. Finally, she bursts into your throne room.
Those damn cowards, cravens! Treacherous, yellow-bellied, lily-livered, chicken-hearted bastards!
How did the battle go?
There wasn't a damn battle. Instead of engaging the enemy or linking up with the chiefs, the counts told their army to just hang back, do nothing.
Rebels gained 3 victory points. Our authority is now ineffective. Counts are now at max treason.
They sat pretty in their camp and scratched their arses while the entire coastal army walked on by.
I'll have their heads for this.
If you win, which now looks less likely.
3 is impressive. Yeah. You have no choice but to rely on the chiefs.
It's all come down to the next battle, Your Majesty. The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance.
I'll lead the troops personally this time, because I'm definitely dead if we lose.
I must advise against this. You'll be in great danger, and inspiring as your presence may be to the troops, your death or severe injury would destroy their morale completely.
You must protect me, then.
Very well, Your Majesty. I'll prepare your army and horse. We ride at dawn.
They were clever and used camouflage. Uh-huh. Oh, boy. Everything is ruined. Oh, chaos. Along the coastal border, a few flags flap in the sea breeze. Some soldiers mill about randomly, looking scared. The patricians' troops are gathering, but it's distinctly unimpressive.
This is the best force we could muster, is it?
No, as a matter of fact, this is only the beginning.
I've considered several proposals to further bolster our army for the trials ahead.
You and your damn salvage rights. All right. Patricians, what do you want to do? You can... Your farming sucks too much. Your trade sucks too much. You can get church soldiers or do nothing. So... I mean, this seems like a pretty foregone conclusion. Yeah. Voting closes.
Did you know that there are holy orders of knights in the coast?
Why no? What do they do?
Praying and training in the fight, mostly. They don't generate any revenue, so I didn't really notice them until now. Anyway, they're willing to fight alongside us against the king.
And how much do we have to pay them?
That's the funny part. Nothing! They're doing this for free. They consider a cause righteous. Free? How odd. I suppose we shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Since the church officially supports us in this conflict, we persuaded them to join us with very little effort.
Congratulations, rebels. Your armies have been upgraded to mediocre. Cannot even pay to defend ourselves. The holy knights soon arrive in the coastal camp, riding in gleaming armor atop towering steeds. They are few, but each is worth 20 ordinary soldiers on the field of battle. Parity in military strength. Yeah, but the chiefs are like equal to both other factions. I must say, it feels good to have the strength of the ninth on our side. Don't have to protect this mad tyrant. I'm the only one who's sane. Let's end the season. Everything sucks. The rebels have 3 victory points, the loyalists have no victory points. More treachery. For an opening strike. Let's just go right to the final battle. Just go right to it. Rip off that band-aid. It's the night before the final battle. The atmosphere among the northern warriors is jubilant. You've heard plenty of war songs sung around campfires over the last few days. On the journey, you've had to leave most of the luxuries of a king behind, but your marshal was good enough to ensure the royal command tent is always well stocked with wine. No alcohol. We must focus. You'll need a clear head and sharp wits for the battle ahead. Tomorrow we fight. How are you feeling, Your Majesty? Eager for glory! Let's see if that feeling survives contact with the enemy. Now that you're here, you need to lead your troops. Otherwise, their morale will plummet. Of course. I'm glad you understand. The next day at an ungodly hour, you climb onto your warhorse and ride out with your troops to meet the patricians on the battlefield. The sky is blood red. Flags whip in the wind, horns blow, drums beat. Both sides are in battle formations, with the enemy visible only as 1,000 gleams of swords and armor. Your troops are looking at you. They expect a speech. You can take your lives, but they can never take my life? Jesus. Today we stand and fight, brave warriors of the North. Your soldiers reply with a half-hearted cheer. Their hearts really aren't in it. Ooh, 90% chance to hang back with the archers. Rather than risking your neck on the battlefield, you decide to hang back with the archers. Close enough to the action that people can't describe you as a coward, but far enough away you're probably safe. You watch the battle from afar, your heart beating in your ears like a drum. Troops clashing back and forth across the churned, blood-soaked mud, clouds of arrows dropping down, soldiers dying in seconds. I'm not a coward, I'm merely being tactical. Hanging back with the archers, I can direct their volleys. All I can do is watch and hope. The battle lasts for hours, and then in an instant it's over. The patricians are running, and instead of fighting them, your soldiers are cheering and chasing them down and shoving swords into their fleeing backs. Your marshal appears at your side, still astride her horse, a fierce grin on her blood-speckled face. I'm not saying that, Dread. Victory, glorious victory. Authority is now dubious. Loyalists gain 3 victory points. And the patrician military is now weak. We did it! She claps you on the back. We did. After the battle is won comes the bloody, unpleasant business of hunting down and killing the enemy before they can regroup. Their screaming faces will haunt you for a long time. And after that comes the celebration. Your soldiers rampage around camp, drunk and singing raucously, just happy to see another might fall. Meanwhile, you and your marshal retreat to your tent to plan the next move. Can't shake the feeling that we've missed something. No need to fret, Your Majesty. Everything is perfectly... At that moment, a frantic soldier bursts in. Oh, Your Majesty! We've received word from our scouts! I don't quite know how to say this. Spit it out, damn you. Yes, ma'am! Your Majesty, the patricians must have split their forces. The army we defeated was a diversion. They got another regiment making its way through the Crownlands. They'll be outside the capital in a matter of days, and the chiefs are too far away to help. What do we do?
We must prepare for a siege.
We've got a lot of work to do. Build up the capital's fortifications, stockpile food, train up a citizens' militia. But don't worry, Your Majesty, this is the last-ditch ploy of a defeated enemy. We need to outlast the siege, and the chiefs will come to our rescue.
And meanwhile, in the other rebellion, there's more treachery.
Dire news, Your Majesty. The Eastern Army arrived outside the city walls. Instead of attacking the besiegers, they joined forces with them. Now we have both the counts and the patricians trying to kick down our front door.
Have they turned against us?
Afraid so. The counts have formally joined the rebellion, declaring you a tyrant. They're citing your past transgressions as a reason for the uprising, your marriage to a lowly commoner, the profits you made on the ill-fated crab market. I won't lie, Your Majesty, the odds are stacked against us now. My dear Counts of the East, thank you for joining us in our righteous war against the tyrant King Nestor. It was in our best interests, enemy of my enemy and all that. Well, before you commit your troops, you must decide where to direct your opening strike. We can launch a preemptive strike against the chiefs to cripple their military capabilities. If we suspect the chiefs may join our cause, we can call them to war. Be more likely to join us if the king's authority is low. Or finally, you could send off an assassin to nip this in the bud. Dishonorable, of course, but convenient.
Other rebels? I think you should go all in on the chiefs. You just gotta have confidence in yourselves. You know, never let the odds dictate what you're gonna do. Surely it will be alright. You know, one of your poetry reading nights is worth, like, 100 of their dudes. That puts you at least on, like, even odds, right? Okay, fair. Assassin. Do I still have an honor guard?
Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. The sum you offered piqued my interest. You understand why the sum is so high, though? Yes, you want me to assassinate the king. It is no trouble. I'm a child of the Viper. If you have the gold and you want a man dead, he is dead. Get it done.
More on that later, apparently. Well, you can buy some buildings now if you want, I guess. I mean, realistically, I'm just memeing here. 69 on the prison. Fair. Oh god, yeah, the prison can straight up end the game. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm so cooked. God damn it. God damn it. You should have joined the rebellion, chiefs. Oh, so cooked. Oh, well.
Ooh, an aqueduct, yeah. Farming. That's what I was all about. Farming. I just wanted the people to be able to eat. Is that so wrong?
Well. 3 and 3. Not that... Wait, it didn't lower stability? Wait, what happened? Oh, lower one. Oh! Damn, okay. Big ups to Apoth. I will not forget this. I will not forget this. Something's wrong. It's not like any other. You're lying in your king-sized bed with your husband by your side, snoring gently. As is often the case, the troubles of the kingdom are keeping you awake, especially the rebellion. How could the counts betray you like this? For once, though, your insomnia comes in useful, because it allows you to hear the slithering under your bed. Guards! Your honor guard posts themselves outside your door every night. You call for them to come in and investigate the suspicious noise. Upon hearing your shouts, your northern warriors burst into the bedchamber, their axes at the ready. "Ah, what's the matter, Your Majesty? Check under the bed." One of your northern warriors suppresses a sigh, kneels down, and looks under the bed. Then the warrior rears back, roaring in agony. An enormous black serpent has lunged out from beneath your bed and sunk its fangs into his face. Within moments, the warrior is dropped dead, foaming at the mouth. The huge snake uncoils, pulsates, and abruptly transforms into a hooded human figure, a knife clutched in one hand. For a moment, your surviving honor guards can only stare in shock. "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" Your honor guard and the assassin engage. Somehow, the lone killer downs several of them in an instant. Though they received only superficial cuts, they're already convulsing, with foam dribbling from their lips. Eventually, the assassin is cut down, but not before your northern warriors have been utterly decimated. The few survivors die within hours, also foaming.
Darling, are you hurt? Depths below. How could this happen in our own bedchamber? Your Majesty, are you all right?
Amazingly, yes, not a scratch on me.
You have incredible luck. If the assassin had caught you sleeping, you'd not be talking to me now. You should thank the ninth for your insomnia.
I just saw a snake turn into a man.
Yes, I'd heard rumor that the children of the Viper had turned themselves into snakes. Until now, I had thought it mere superstition.
Yeah, no honor guard. The honor guard made themselves useful. Twice this run. That's 2 more times than they usually do when I play this game. I need some time to process this.
Of course.
The counts will stop at nothing, even murder, to bring you down. Thank the ninth for your honor guard. May they rest in peace. Things could have gone very differently. A ground-shaking discovery.
The counts are digging tunnels under our walls, Your Majesty. By the old gods, Eastern troops could boil up from underground anywhere in the city, even under your very throne. I've placed bronze bowls of water inside the city walls. Judging by the size of the ripples, we've worked out where the tremors are coming from. It's a rough measurement for certain, but we must act now. What would the council have me do?
So we can flood the tunnels, dig counter tunnels, or smoke them out. Well, my few loyalists, I like drowning the rebels. But vote as you will. Oh, Silvar, you're still loyal. Somehow. For now. Rebels can't vote, you guys. We shall flood them out. After days of exploratory digging, your tunnelers meet up with the eastern tunnels and frantically evacuate.
I diverted the flow of the treadwater directly into the enemy's tunnels, flushing away their wooden braces, along with their miners. Unfortunately, this caused the tunnel to collapse. The tunnel that was under our walls.
Oh.
A section of our wall partially collapsed with the resulting sinkhole, and hundreds of Eastern soldiers swarmed in.
Loyalty has a price. God damn it. We'll deal with this after the war is won.
We fought them off, but only barely, and who knows how long the barricade will hold.
Well, that didn't go so well. Besieged. The counts and patricians march through the crown lands, pillaging and burning. The roads are heaving with refugees, and corpses clog the rivers. Now the capital is surrounded. You stand on the ramparts of your palace, staring out in dismay as the army camps stretching for miles outside the city walls.
Get down from there, Your Majesty. If they get lucky with a crossbow bolt.
What are we supposed to do?
The chiefs are still out there, Your Majesty.
Let's turn to religion as everything is screwed. No, wait, religion turned against us. There is still hope. As you finish your sentence, an immense trebuchet hurls a 10-ton boulder toward the capital, crashes into a nearby clock tower, smashing it to smithereens.
Like I said, Your Majesty, you'd better get inside.
The end of another season. Stimulus checks for all my loyalists. Good job, everyone. Please don't rebel. The siege grinds on. This is the only event? This is the only event. Another dawn breaks. The combined armies of the counts and the patricians are sprawled outside your city walls. For the last 3 weeks, they've tried to fight their way in. The siege drags on and your food supplies are dwindling. The streets outside your palace explode in daily riots as the citizens demand to be fed. This is why I wanted to work on farming.
Don't worry, Nestor. The Ninth God will look out for us, I'm sure of it.
As evening draws in, horns blast outside the city walls. The patricians and the counts are mounting a final attack. Oh, that's all that happens this season. Okay. I'm good with my current laws. Rebellion has not changed. A grim dawn. The sun rises on a city in turmoil. The counts and the patricians began their assault last night. You've heard nothing outside but screams and howls and the clash of blades since. Half the capital is in flames. Soldiers rush back and forth, shouting panicked orders. You haven't seen your marshal since the night before. Perhaps she's already dead. The royal court is empty except for you and your husband.
If they break in, we can't let them take us alive. We'll go down fighting.
You're right. Better to go down fighting.
I'll fetch my dagger.
You wait and stew. Outside, the screams and clashes get louder. Finally, your spy master arrives, out of breath, her face stained by smoke and blood.
They'll be here any moment, Your Majesty. You must saddle your horse and escape the city. I know of a secret passage.
Alright, spy master. Please don't kill me. Show me where to go. You follow the spy master down a hidden trapdoor behind your throne. Jay accompanies you, muttering prayers.
The capital is lost, but you can get it back. The chiefs have agreed to shelter you while you plot your revenge.
At least some people are loyal. After crawling down a secret tunnel for what feels like hours, you spill out into a leafy courtyard. 3 horses are waiting. As you saddle them up, you hear a wet thud behind you, followed by the sound of something rolling across the floor. Jay! They got Jay! Oh, your spy master is lying dead on the ground. Her head is missing. Lady Patrician Maggie II stands at the body, flanked by a dozen soldiers, her long sword stained red.
Never liked her. Ideas above her station.
With that 2 military score, crazy.
I knew it was too good to be true. We can't escape our fates. Quiet, you have nothing to fear. I'm not here for you.
Let's talk about this. What happened to Maggie the First? It's not important. It's not important.
What's the point in speaking to a dead man?
With a triumphant smirk, Lady Patrician Maggie II makes a sharp gesture. The coastal soldiers step forward, swords at the ready. What honor guard? They're all dead, Silvar!
I genuinely wish we could have settled this peacefully. War is bad for business, but since you're so unreasonable, I'll be most satisfied to watch you die.
Take her down with me! Empty hands can do little against armor and swords. You're given a vicious beating and the fight drains out of you. Instead of killing you, the soldiers seize you and drag you back toward the palace. Your ordeal isn't over. Your husband is dragged off too, kicking and screaming. You never see him again. You can only hope Lady Patrician Maggie II kept her promise and no harm came to him. Oh, we're right at the end here, Dulios. I think. After a week rotting in your own dungeon, you're marched out into a public platform, jeered at by thousands of peasants. You cringe under a barrage of rotten fruit and fresh dung. Lady Patrician Maggie II sits in the front row, grinning. The rebels have won. The capital has been taken. You are a former king. The executioner waits silently, holding an axe bigger than you. If you have any last words, now's the time. Well, I'll be heading off then. You place your head on the block. The executioner lifts his massive axe.
Wait, you suddenly thought of much better last words. You turn to the executioner to tell him, but the axe is already falling.
That befits a rip bozo. Thunk.
Your head bounces into Lady Patrician Maggie II's lap, and your reign comes to a gruesome end.
Oh, successor voting is open. Who gets the next ruler? Is it the counts? Or is it the patricians? I got no dog in this fight. Oh, even the chiefs can vote? Interesting. It's tight, but the patricians managed to pick up a second dub. Wild. 6 nobles voted for the next monarch to be Herona. Your mighty military of 2 won the day. Having lost to the rebellious patricians, King Nestor was dragged out of the palace and decapitated in the city square. As a reward for staying loyal to the king, the top chiefs were beheaded. In public, the survivors swore loyalty to the new regime. In private, they swore vengeance. The counts joined the rebellion alongside the patricians, but nobody considered them a true contender for the crown. The patricians launched a rebellion that toppled the king and devastated the kingdom. In the aftermath, nobody could stop them from taking the throne, and Kaja was crowned to half-hearted cheers from the traumatized common folk. Yeah, it's weird the chiefs didn't really get to help out at all. And Maggie wins big for betting on their own rebellion. King Nestor the Romantic ruled for 3 years and then got horribly owned. But it's been, Jesus, it's been almost 5 hours. And I have streams the rest of the weekend to do. So I'm going to start to wrap it up there. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out. This is so much fun. I'm going to make this a regular thing. So tomorrow I will be streaming around 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time with something I call Shuffle Machine, where I stick around 3,500 games in a randomizer and tell it, hey, switch games at random times between 15 seconds and 10 minutes. So it's completely on automatic. I could be in the middle of a jump and get booted to a racing game or something. And Sunday I will be starting Wargroove, because you guys voted for that playthrough to begin. So that is my lineup for the rest of the weekend. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Spend a little bit of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it may be for you. If you're watching the VOD after the fact, I see you. I appreciate you. Flare Wolf is still streaming. Let's give him a nice big old raid. Yeah, the Chiefs did not turn out to be quite as winning as I thought they would be. Oh, and he's streaming Fortnite? 6 a.m. for me, 1 more hour, then I'm free. Nice. I'm going to bed after I'm done. Say hi to Flare. That does it for me. My name's Vimbert. I'll see you around the internets.